close, it peaks out, it kind of shuts down.
Try it from there.
We're about to get started. Would everyone take a place? We're about to get started. Stan, would you please hit start?
Where is it?
Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. Today is September 11th, 2019. Terrible day in this country's history at 6 p.m. We have a 6:30 p.m. start. President roll call, Councilperson Ridley. Renzeri.
Present.
Baggiano.
Yeah.
Yun is absent. He'll be absent for the evening, I understand. Yes. Councilman Solomon.
Present.
Robinson. Rivera.
Here.
Waterman.
Here.
Lavara.
Here.
We have 7 members in attendance. Would everyone kindly rise to observe a moment of silence? Have you on the record, Councilperson Ridley? It's still 6:35. Ask that you rise in a moment of silence. Bob Miller, a long attending member of the public at these meetings, passed away. Wanted to make note of that fact. Danielle Dupree, sister of longtime health benefits employee Nicole Dupree. James Clarence Graham, who worked in the Division of Risk Management for 21 years before his retirement. He passed away September 1. Marianne Amato, longtime tax collection employee. Marianne's cakes and cookies were, and her smile will be forever missed in City Hall. She passed away on Friday, September 6th. Luis Santiago, the business administrator and board secretary to Dr. Alina Edwards Academic Charter School. And let's not forget the day that will live in infamy. Sorry, FDR. September 11th, 18 years ago, the nearly 3,000 souls that were lost, 54 of them from Jersey City. So this is a little extended moment of silence. It's the day for it. Thank you for your cooperation. Remain standing for a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Told you.
Robert.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to do whatever we can to combine this into a single motion.
Before we do that, I just
Yes.
wanted to comment on the bereavement list, if I may. Just because Marianne was, as you said, brought wonderful cookies and cakes and wonderful things, so I'm going to miss her dearly. And personally, my friend Luis Santiago as well, who was the business administrator at Lena Edwards Charter School. And then lastly, I just wanted to, how poignant it is that Bob Miller, who was also just an advocate. If you've noticed, we've got a new sound and video system here, and Bob Miller was an advocate and constantly pushed to see that it improved, and it's sad that he's not here to be able to enjoy this high-quality sound and video that now we're all going to be able to enjoy. And all of these improvements were just literally made, and this is the first council meeting that it's being implemented in. So may they all rest in peace.
It is ironic.
Yeah, Bob, I just want to say, Yvonne, Jimmy, I'm almost sure Bob Miller's sitting between you two, where he always sat.
Okay, council members, we have to add 19095, the Journal Square redevelopment plan, 1036, 1037, and I'd like to make this a multiple motion if we wanted to defer to do any other business, so I don't take 4 motions and 4 votes when I can take just 1. So we have the addition of the Journal Square redevelopment plan, 10Z 36 and 37.
I'm sorry, Robert, just because of the technology change we're having, what's 36 and 37?
They were provided at the caucus.
And 36 is the bus service contract. We're removing that from this agenda, and we will be bringing it back after having some further discussions with the council.
Not going to be on the agenda?
No,
Okay, so we're not adding 36.
37 is a late add that we discussed at the caucus. We didn't have the document with us. This is a rejection of bids received for the outside vendor to help us with snow removal and salting during larger storms. We're going to have to go back out to bid pretty quickly, so we wanted to move fast on this.
Okay. Are there any special intentions, council members, so we can combine this into a compound motion? I know we have Ms. Gardner out there. Perhaps you might want to defer to her ordinance, so she's not here all evening.
Absolutely. So, you got it? No, but compound motion, he wants a compound motion.
Yeah, and
A motion
defer
to add-
And defer to,
Yep,
Help me
motion
out
to
with the
add
number. I think
37
it's-
resolution and
I
defer.
think it's buried deep in there. That's why I wanted to get to her early. Wait. It's 4.12. Is there any other business we want to add to this motion? Motion made by Council President Navarro, seconded by Councilman Rivera. Okay, on the motion, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Renzeri,
Aye.
Bajano,
Aye.
Solomon,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Rivera,
Aye.
Waterman, Lavaro.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote. Tonight, 8-0 will mean Councilman Yun absent, so I won't be repeating that all evening.
So we're deferring to the ordinance, correct?
We're going to go right to our person of honor this evening. And we are going to ordinance 4.12, which is City Ordinance 19113. It's an ordinance naming the main library of the Jersey City Free Public Library System located at the northeast corner of Montgomery Street and Jersey Avenue as the Priscilla Gardner Main Library. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? We have a motion by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Waterman. To close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Renzeri,
Aye.
Bajano. Yun is absent. Got my own rule. Solomon,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Rivera, Waterman, Lavaro.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote to close the public hearing.
Robert, before you do that final vote, I also have this resolution, so are we doing them both simultaneously, or how we, it's a resolution honoring Ms. Gardner as well? Or is
We
it,
have a resolution honoring her on this agenda. I think if there are about 20 whereases in the ordinance itself. I don't know if that was extrapolated from that to give her that. Yeah, it's the ordinance itself, just put on resolution papers.
I see, okay.
Every ordinance is a resolution, no resolution is an ordinance. So we're good. Her ordinance is about 2 pages long. And
Do we want to read this into the record before?
that's up to you, sir, whatever you think.
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to read this resolution, which is the Priscilla Gardner Main Library. May I ask Ms. Gardner to come to the podium so we may honor you appropriately, please? And today we are going to be casting a final vote to name the main library after Priscilla Gardner. And the ordinance reads, whereas Priscilla W. Gardner is the current director of the Jersey City Free Public Library System, and whereas Director Gardner is the eldest of 3 children and grew up in Johnsonville, South Carolina, and whereas after graduating high school in 1969, she moved to Jersey City and took a job as a junior library assistant at the Claremont branch of the city's public library system located on Ocean and Claremont Avenues. Whereas while still working in the library, she enrolled in Jersey City State College, now New Jersey City University, and received a bachelor's degree in elementary education in 1978 before enrolling in the Rutgers University's School of Library and Information Studies, where she earned her master's degree in library science in 1980. And whereas Director Gardner transferred to the Miller branch of the city's public library system located on Bergen Avenue, where she spent the next 30 years of her career, rising from junior to senior library assistant, then to junior, and finally senior librarian, before being appointed principal librarian, branch head of the Miller Branch Library in 1987. And whereas while serving the Miller Branch, Director Gardner created the library system's first computer learning resource center in 1994, thus bringing the library system into the digital age. And whereas Director Gardner was promoted to supervision librarian, acting chief of technology in 1997, assistant library director in 1999, and head of library operations in 2001, before being named the first African-American library director in March 2002, the position she has held ever since. And whereas to raise awareness for libraries card drive, Director Gardner instituted the Look Who is Holding a Jersey City Free Public Library Card advertising campaign, which included former President Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, as well as local officials, including former mayors Glenn Cunningham and Jeremiah Healy, State Senator Sandra Cunningham, current Mayor Stephen Fulop, and the Mayor of New York, Ross Baracco. And whereas not long after being appointed director, Priscilla W. Gardner spearheaded the creation of the city's first new library in 42 years, the Glenn T. Cunningham branch located at 275 Martin Luther King Drive. Whereas in January of 2004, Director Gardner created Dial a Story, a feature that allows children to call into the library to hear bedtime stories with 7 choices via voicemail in both English and Spanish. And whereas since its inception in January 2004, the library has had thousands of calls every year exposing the youngest of the city's citizens to the joys of books. Whereas the same year, 2004, Director Gardner established the nonprofit Jersey City Library Foundation, charged with raising funds for the library system's capital improvement campaign, which included the purchase of a custom-built ADA-compliant bookmobile and the installation of security cameras for the main library and all 9 branches. And whereas Director Gardner oversaw the $4.9 million renovation of the library's Greenville branch, now known as the Earl Morgan branch, which includes the new Barack Obama auditorium, a boardroom, and meeting space for community groups. And whereas the branch's renovation was recognized by the Jersey City Landmarks Conservancy, which awarded the library an Excellence in Preservation Award for the careful restoration of the building's historic features. And whereas, thanks in large measure to the efforts of the foundation, the library system is completing the multi-million-dollar renovation of the main library building located at Montgomery Street and Jersey Avenue, and renovation work will soon begin at other branches. And whereas Chapter 3-38.1 of the Municipal Code sets forth the standards and requirements for the naming of public property and states that a person may be so honored for having demonstrated an extraordinary and consistent commitment and dedication to Jersey City. And whereas the Municipal Council finds that the Library Director Gardner has indeed demonstrated an extraordinary and consistent commitment and dedication to Jersey City throughout her half-century in the Jersey City service in the Jersey City Free Public Library System. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City does hereby ordain that the main library of the Jersey City Free Public Library System, located at the northeast corner of Montgomery Street and Jersey Avenue, be named the Priscilla Gardner Main Library.
Thank you, council members, so very much for your support.
No, you have to wait for the vote. You have to wait till they say. You have to wait till they say some nice things about you.
Oh, okay.
And you can then say nice things about yourself. Okay, Priscilla? Council members, we've closed the public hearing for the adoption. Councilperson Ridley?
We close, right?
We did close, yes.
Priscilla, thank you for your many years of service to the city of Jersey City. You've done a wonderful job. You are a wonderful person, and you've done so many great things at that library for our residents here. We greatly appreciate you, and we want you to enjoy your retirement, and I'm going to help you celebrate. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Priscilla, I want to thank you for your many years of service and providing the service to our residents with the libraries. It's a democratic space. Anybody can use it, and it's really important that we have a very strong system here in Jersey City. Something that wasn't mentioned on the resolution, if you can believe it. So I want to personally thank you for your advocacy in getting a new location for the West Bergen branch. It was great to work with you on that. The space is beautiful. The residents love it. The children love it. It's very bright, and you did a remarkable thing in that very small space. So I happily vote aye.
Thank you.
Councilman Bajano?
Priscilla, I've known you for many years, and you've been great to me over the years. And I want to say, just because you're retiring, you better still stay involved, all right?
Yes,
Okay, Priscilla, and congratulations, you're the best.
thanks.
I vote yes.
Councilperson Solomon?
Director Gardner, Priscilla, thank you so much for everything you've done for Jersey City. I think you know that I have my daughter's library card in my pocket.
Yes.
And she is going to be the beneficiary of 50 years of incredible service to our city. So I'm very grateful for that, and I thank you so much. And with that, I vote aye.
Thanks.
Councilperson Robinson?
Oh, Director, what more can be said? You lived a great life, you lived a great career, and one day, hopefully, we'll be able to name the whole division after you. It won't be a library, it will be the division of Priscilla Gardner. And everyone will know that you came. You've done a great job, you served your time here well. The city is appreciative, and I am too. I vote aye.
Thanks.
Councilperson Rivera?
Can we chat? Chat. I don't think you really understand what type of legacy you're leaving behind. It's huge. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your spirit. But let me talk about Danny Rivera growing up in Van Voorst Park. I was that guy breaking them top windows. I hit a home run, and that was all, you know, we did it in City Hall. And these were kids that grew up in a neighborhood, and that library brought a lot of these kids together because we knew that we were out there hanging out, breaking windows, but that was a big safe haven for us. And to know that you was part of that means a lot. I'm sure there's a lot of officers that grew up in that area, a lot of firefighters that grew up in that area, a lot of public safety people. You probably have about 6 doctors that are in medical center now that grew up in that area that were part of that little crew that was rough, but that library was our safe haven. And I want to thank you for being at the helm for that. With that, 100% I vote aye.
Thank you.
Councilperson Waterman.
Priscilla, I know you're a woman of faith. Proverbs 3:27 says, "To give honor to whom honor is due." And a workman is worthy of his hide. And when you started out, you was working because of the passion, never looking for anything in reward. But because you're a woman of faith, God lets you to know that your reward is in heaven. And this is just a sprinkle of the appreciation that you have sowed on this earth because of his goodness and his grace. So I vote aye, and you are definitely a woman of faith, and no better honor can this be than to name a library after a woman who had the passion to take it to a level that no one could have imagined. So may God bless you, and I know the best is yet to come.
Thank
You still
you.
got chapters to fulfill.
Thank you.
Council President.
Priscilla, congratulations on your retirement, and which is still to come. But and congratulations on this extraordinary recognition and achievement. And it truly is extraordinary, but it's truly deserving. My similar to Councilman Solomon, my daughter is a frequent and avid library patron and of the Greenville Branch Library, and she's a voracious reader. And until she came along, it had been a long time since I had entered the doors of a library, and it's an amazing space at the Greenville Branch Library if you haven't been there. And it's truly conducive to inspiring imagination and getting young people to be able to appreciate books and reading. And so my daughter very much does that, and that's in large part because of what you've created there. You leave an incredible legacy and huge shoes to fill, and so I don't envy the person who comes after you. When someone's made a mark as big as yours in a place and in an organization, in a community, it's a tough shoes to fill and follow. So we wish you all the best in the future. I know you still have unfinished business that you're going to complete before you go, and congratulations, and I'm happy to vote aye.
Thank you.
We have an 8-0 unanimous vote for the adoption of City Ordinance 19-133, item 4.12 on today's agenda. Congratulations, Priscilla.
Thanks, Robert. This is a bittersweet moment for me. I'm happy and I'm sad. I'm sad because I've spent 50 years in the Jersey City Free Public Library. When I came here in 1969, I had no idea that I would become the first African American library director, and I did not know that the main library would be named in my honor. And I want to thank each of you for your love that you have shown me throughout the years, your support. I really need it. And I wish all of you much success in the future as well. And my first trip is going to Paris, France. And And the reception is Monday at 11 o'clock at the main library, and please come out to celebrate with me. Thank you all so very, very much. And thank my staff and my church family and my friends for attending tonight's council meeting. Again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We'll be right there. Oh, Priscilla.
Join me. Can we turn the camera towards the center?
It's being operated over there.
Is that the flyer?
Can't see some people.
I'd like to say something.
Guess they weren't thinking of us being super soft. During the picture taking, I heard a cell phone. One of the things I failed to do early on is to indicate that we'd ask you to all silence your cell phones.
All right, let's bring up this Brown, get it over.
Council members, just go on with the business.
You wanted to defer?
Oh, wait, council members, I have to, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, the Open Public Meetings Act, better known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by mail to the Jersey City Reporter, the Jersey Journal. Additionally, the annual notice was posted on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall and filed in the office of the city clerk on Thursday, December 20th, 2018, indicating the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Jersey City Municipal Council for the calendar year 2019. In addition, at the time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, September 6, 2019, at 4 p.m. to the Mayor, Council, Business Administrator, and the local newspapers. And it's in a hybrid e-format, so we're working the bugs out to make e-agenda go smoothly. So, council members, do you want me to get busy on the first reading ordinances?
No.
What's your
No.
pleasure?
No,
That's what I wanted
no.
the compound votes for.
So we wanted to defer to two speakers. Is that or Councilman Bogiano, Rivera, Prinzari? Were there two? Who were we deferring to as speakers? Who was that?
What?
Carmine? Just
Carmine
Carmine and Vinny, or
Disbrow.
just Carmine? Carmine. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to defer to Carmine Disbrow, the head of the Jersey City POBA. And then some of the council members want to make some comments and remarks in response. This is, Carmen's on the speakers list, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So we're just going to defer to him for now, and then we'll resume our normal meeting schedule.
Members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. And for those who don't know who I am, my name is Carmine Disbrow, President of the Jersey City POBA. I want to thank you all for the council members who already have taken a stand in support of public safety. As everyone is aware, the lawsuit that filed by the JCPOBA and the JCPSOA, the unions that represent the men and women that protect Jersey City every day, is a response to Mayor Phillips' complete elimination of the JCPD off-duty jobs program. There's no question the program has been abused. Our unions has pointed out concerns and made suggestions to make the program one that was managed in a more efficient and with greater oversight in partnership with several members of the council that are in front of me tonight on our off-duty committee. The reality is we cannot rewrite the past, but we can make a safer future for the city of Jersey City to protect our residents. There are some that say that our interest in off-duty jobs stem from the potential gain, and to be candid, I won't apologize for standing up for our newest police officers that are coming on the job and being asked to put their lives on the line for a city they can't afford to live in. While Mayor Thorpe doesn't hesitate to use our men and women in campaign videos, our youngest members, products of Jersey City, are being forced together to couch surf and otherwise live in less desirable circumstances. To be clear, though, by ending the program with the only alternative by this administration is to supplant trained police officers with flagmen has been a complete disaster and made the city far less safe.
Back up about 4 inches, Carmine.
And whether it's today, whether you see it today or tomorrow, you can be sure you'll notice the next time emergency response is slowed because there are well over 100 less police officers being put out on the streets protecting our residents. To sum up, we are urging you to stand up for this body's independence by allowing yourselves to voice separate from the administrations on the matter of the off-duty program. Further on, from tonight, we are all asking that you swiftly introduce the ordinance that's been crafted jointly between our unions and several members of the Council members Rivera, Borgiano, Prince Airy, to put our police officers back where they belong, protecting our community. Thank you.
You want to go first?
You're already talking, you go.
All right. All right, Carmine, as I told you before, look, you guys, I don't know most of you anymore. I spent 36 years in the Jersey City Police Department. I wish you had been around years ago because we had and still have the greatest police department in the state of New Jersey. And I just want to let you know that Danny, myself, and Mira, we've sat down with the attorney, and next month, hopefully, we're going to produce an ordinance and settle this issue, all right? Now, tonight, there was going to be a resolution presented, but we're going to do it on an ordinance basis next month. All right, Carmine? And
The next council meeting?
yes. So everything, I hope, works out. I've had police officers, young police officers, call me, living in one-room apartment with 2 children, making, what, $37,000 a couple of years ago. It's a shame, and something has to happen. And my biggest concern is, when I was a cop years ago, we had walking cops throughout this city. We don't see any cops anymore because of certain conditions. But I want to see the off-duty workers out there. At least I saw a cop on the street.
Thank you.
So as one of the council people that has been working on amending some of the ordinances to do something that we feel is fair, practical, pragmatic, and a good solution to some of the problems that have plagued this in the past. So we are very much looking forward to introducing this new ordinance at the next meeting and to continue this discussion to make sure that those that are protecting the city are protected as well.
Thank you, Councilman.
So to the membership that's out here, to the police department, I commend you guys for coming out here. This is what I'm talking about, to come out here strong. That means a lot. I also want to share with you a couple of things with respect to your union. Carmine, Vinny, these guys have been really battling, for you guys. John Tomei, Chris Monahan, Eric Infantes, Joey Vesey. I mean, we've been collectively trying to put an ordinance that works, that sticks, so that we don't have to worry about this problem anymore. And I think that we're close to that. We definitely want to introduce this ordinance at our next council meeting. It's not an easy thing to do. You know, there's steps in place that we have to make sure that it's right once we vote on it in the second reading, because then it becomes law and it becomes official. So, you know, without a doubt, this is definitely coming onto the books, and we're out here telling you publicly that that's what we're going to do. Listen, we got your back 100%. We want to make sure that this is done the right way. Thanks.
Carmine, and to all you young officers out there, next month, I want to see twice as many of you here.
Next meeting.
I agree.
Next
I agree.
Next meeting.
Yes.
Next meeting, not next month. Next.
The end of September.
That's right.
September 25th,
Okay.
not October 5th.
Anyone else in the council have any remarks or comments? I'd like to say something, if I may. So the next meeting, September 25th, the three members of the council have said that they will introduce the ordinance. I've told you and my commitment to wanting to see the program reinstated. I think it's been arbitrarily and inappropriately, illegally, frankly, I think has been terminated or canceled, suspended, whatever term the administration is using these days. I don't know what that is. That being said, I look forward to the ordinance. As I've expressed before, that I will look to support, and I would like to see the ordinance. I want to say that up front because I've never seen the language of the ordinance. And while I want to support and make sure we get this program back and go on track, I want to see the language in the ordinance. And as I understand it, it's been largely drafted, so I would appreciate that getting a copy of that ordinance in advance and not on the day of or the day that it should be introduced and so forth. There's 2 weeks in advance for us to be able, as a council, to be able to review that and to be able to make our own recommendations to potential changes, and also share that with the membership as well, and seeing what's out there and what's being devised and written at this point. The second thing I wanted to say about that is, had talked about introducing a resolution about the city council obtaining our own legal counsel, outside counsel, to be able to advise us in these matters. As I've said, if this moves forward and we're able to get to a solution here, ultimately, then there'll be no need for that. But I stand by, and I understand that the administration and the Corporation Council have suggested that we can't actually obtain our own counsel, although we had just had that literally with a court case with a tax abatement where we had our own legal counsel represent us in that matter. So I will stand by that and fight to make sure that this voice of this city council is empowered and will be able to exercise its authority and provide a true check and balance on this administration and their recklessness with regard to how they utilize their power and in a dictatorial style, thinking that they can just terminate these programs, execute other programs without the consent of the council, which is required by law. And so I want to make that very clear that if it shouldn't come before the council, or if that ordinance should pass by the council, whatever should pass, and it's not implemented or executed, make no doubt about it, from my part, I will stand up in a litigation against the administration and make sure that they know that this city council member is going to stand up to make sure that the laws of this city are adhered to and that the laws that the city council puts forward are adhered to as well. We appreciate you all coming out, and we appreciate you all coming out. Coming out first reading, second reading is the actual, in October will be the meeting where there'll be a final, hopefully a final vote on it, and that's when everyone can have an opportunity to speak as well without having to sign up. You can, of course, sign up at the next meeting as well, but I encourage you to come out, let your voice be heard, let it be known. Let me say this in closing, that is my understanding, according to the contract, which still hasn't been signed, but that the council approved, but has not been signed and executed by the administration. It still stands outstanding. I would contend to you, all of you, that that contract hasn't been signed and executed because of potentially looking to use it as leverage in litigation that's going on right now. And for my part, I think that's kind of a low underhand move. This council approved that. We wanted to see it executed and get done. That being said, we have every intention of kind of making sure that our officers are the best in the state of New Jersey, best in the country, and they should be treated as such. And if we put words into actions, your starting salary is around $41,000. We talk around here about affordable housing. I've used it constantly as an example that if you took a Jersey City police officer today, as Carmine just said, at $41,000, that's 80% what they call under area median income, which is below middle class, low income, and so forth. That's no way to treat people who put their lives on the line every single day. And so this sort of providing this kind of off-duty work, providing the off-duty work and those access and opportunities to make additional income, it behooves us, if we believe what we say here in Jersey City, if we believe this is the best department and that these officers deserve the kind of recognition and compensation that is consistent with the kind of work that they are doing for the city of Jersey City, then we should put our money where our mouth is, literally. So with that, I got your back coming in the next two meetings.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmine. Thank you all. Thank you all the officers. Thank you, the POBA.
First readings, council members. May I read the first readings into the record? It's a great time to do it when no one's paying attention. 3.1, City Ordinance 19-116, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a deed of easement with Parks at VL South LLC, affecting Block 6005, Lot 2, also known as the Gateway Plaza Park, and Block 6902, Lot 16, also known as the Van Leer South Park. 3.2 is City Ordinance 19-117, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Permit Parking, amending Section 332-66, on-street resident-only permit parking of the Jersey City Code, extending Zone 8 to include Dwight Street between Kennedy Boulevard and Bergen Avenue. 3.3 is City Ordinance 19-118, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic of the Jersey City Traffic Code, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, amending Section 332-9, stop intersections, designating Reservoir, Nesbitt Street. 3.4 is City Ordinance 19-119. It's an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, amending Section 332, Parking Prohibited at All Times, repealing the no parking any time on the east side of West Street, and amending Section 332-31, Parking Prohibited for Street Cleaning Purposes, designating parking restrictions for street cleaning purposes on the east side of West Street. 3.5, City Ordinance 19-120, is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-8, prohibited right turns on red signal, prohibiting the right turn at the red signal at Summit Avenue and Manhattan Avenue all times. 3.6, City Ordinance 19-121, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-9, stop intersections of the Jersey City Code designating Maple Street and Van Horn Street, Maple Street and Halliday Street and Lafayette Street as all-way stops. 3.7 is City Ordinance 19-122, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-8, prohibited right turns on red signal, prohibiting the right turn at the red signal on westbound signal on westbound Communipaw Avenue at Garfield Avenue and northbound Garfield Avenue at Communipaw Avenue all times. 3.8 is City Ordinance 19-123, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Permit Parking, amending Section 332-58, parking restrictions in residential zones of the Jersey City Traffic Code, extending Zone 10, residential permit parking to include Dwight Street, Fulton Avenue, and Stegman Street, Garfield Avenue to Bergen Avenue. 3.9 is City Ordinance 19-124, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 7, Metered Parking, Section 332-48, Designation of Parking Spaces, amending Section 332-48, Designation of Parking Spaces, and Section 332-58.1.1, Parking Restrictions in Municipal Lots of the Jersey City Code. 3.10 is City Ordinance 19-125. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 9, Department of Public Works, and Article 3, Mayor, to transfer supervision of the Mary McLeod Bethune Life Center to the Office of Cultural Affairs. 3.11 is City Ordinance 19-126, an ordinance amending Ordinance 19-079 to correct the block, lot, and address of the property conveyed to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. 3.12 is City Ordinance 19-127, a franchise ordinance granting permission to LMV Warren Street Holdings LP, its successors and assigns, to make private improvements in the public right-of-way of Warren Street and Steuben Street adjacent to the property located at 321 Warren Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, also known on the tax map of the City of Jersey City as Block 13002, Lot 13.01. 3.13 is not withdrawn, so the withdrawal has been withdrawn. 3.13 is in contention. It's City Ordinance 19-128, an ordinance amending Chapter 260 of the Jersey City Code, repealing the exemption for dwellings with 25 or more dwelling units within redevelopment areas from the definition of dwelling in Section 260-1 definitions. 3.14, City Ordinance 19-129, is an ordinance authorizing the City of Jersey City to enter into a lease purchase agreement as lessee with JCP SHQ Investors, LLC, as lessor for a public safety building to be constructed on Block 22601, lots 1 through 5, at the northeast corner of the intersection of Martin Luther King Drive and Kearney Avenue. 3.15 is City Ordinance 19-095, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan to amend zoning regulations for Zone 4, B bonus corner lot regulations for the property at 96-110 Tunnelly Avenue. 3.16 is City Ordinance 19-131, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 188, Housing Accommodation and Affordable Housing Compliance, and Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 10, Department of Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce. So, council members, are we ready on 3.1 through 3.16?
Before we vote, can I just ask some questions? Can you just clarify for me, Councilman, on
Sure.
3.13?
And on 3.13, and Councilman Waterman and I spoke, so just this is a change to rent control definitions. It was introduced by the administration. We had initially a caucus said that because we have a committee that's working on these issues and we want to consider them holistically, that we were going to withdraw. The administration has requested that it stay on, and sort of as a courtesy on first readings, we oftentimes will advance before a second reading. But what I'll just say publicly is at this point, there's zero commitment to advance or approve this on second reading. We'll try to better understand the administration's desires to move quickly here on this one in the next 2 weeks. And I think as the committee chair, people will inform the rest of the council as to what those conversations look like, although obviously all of us will need to be fully informed about this. So it's a courtesy out of the request that's been made with no future commitments on this front. I don't know, Councilwoman, if you wanted to add anything. But.
Okay, Brian? So what we'll do, we'll submit you some questions because there's questions that we have concerning this ordinance. And so as soon as you get the answers back to us before the second reading, the better off it'll be. Okay? And we appreciate that.
Okay.
One second, will there be a public committee or is just the questions coming back from the administration?
I mean, so the committee is going to have its meetings. We have a schedule
Right.
which we've shared and we'll share fully publicly shortly. My goal or my ideal is to do all this through the committee. I need to
Right.
further understand the administration's reasons here. So we just need to have a conversation and understand where it's going. And this is, again, it's a courtesy that others have asked, including myself at times, for things to advance at first reading while we're working things out. So that's, my comfort, personal comfort with moving it forward today, but we'll talk and understand where they're at.
Okay, go ahead.
As a committee member, then we would submit any questions we may have about this first read ordinance.
Correct.
Completely understand
Yes.
before we move forward. So this is just to open up the discussion for first read.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're submitting questions to the committee chairs? Is that?
We're happy to compile them, but you can also do it on your own, obviously.
Yes.
Because it's before the council, you should feel free to submit any of your own questions on this. But we would be happy to compile them.
Great.
Okay.
Just on some other items here. On 3.16, does this include the amendments? Because of the new format here with the electronic, I'm not sure if that's...
Robert, can you confirm if the changes are in here?
The council was provided, let me just double check the set here.
Oh, still on.
You're talking about 3.16, Councilman?
Yes.
Nothing yet.
You've got you have a replacement before you, so
Is replacement?
that was sent over to us very late today by the planning director. So you have the revised ordinance in front of you.
I don't know. Does someone have that? Can I see?
Has 410 been pulled? 410 has been pulled?
Okay. And then just on, and there's no 3.17, or there is?
There is no 3.
I have multiple 3.17s in print, but nothing online. That's why I'm asking. Okay.
I don't have a 3.6.
The 3.17 that was at the caucus was a duplicate.
Okay.
That was the incorrect transfer ordinance for properties to the JCRA, but that is now 3.11.
Okay.
The correct title.
Okay, that's all I have then. Oh, sorry. Let me just keep reading.
You'll update it online, Brian. Brian, you'll update it online with this,
I did not personally
Okay.
update it online, but it is updated, yeah.
okay.
Are you ready for me to take the vote?
Yes, you can go ahead and,
I'm sorry, I was waiting to be instructed. Okay, on 3.16 through 3.1 through 3.16, Councilperson Ridley. For introduction,
Aye for introduction.
Grinzari,
Aye for introduction.
Baggiano,
No on 311, 313, and 314. And on 311, I'm tired of property being turned over to the redevelopment agency. This is not working? Mike, it's on. All right.
get closer to it and project.
All right. I thought they fixed this. We spent, what, $300,000?
Yeah, they did, but you're leaning back.
Yeah.
You still have to talk into it.
All right. Which one? 3.11? That's,
Just correcting the address, that's all. It's already transferred.
it's already transferred. I can't believe it, and they're putting it up for a vote tonight. 313 and 314, no.
You're voting no on 311.
Well, she said they just changed the address on it. It's already been approved. I mean, how are we voting on it? I mean, this is ridiculous.
How shall I record your votes? Or you are two?
No.
You want a no vote on 311?
Yeah, well, stick to it.
311, 313, 314. To you, Councilman Solomon.
Just a few brief comments on 3.1. We'll introduce, but we will sit down. This is a dedication of a sort of private public park in a new development. And I just think as a city, it's very important for us to get the rules on those right. Sometimes we let, a private entity, in essence, control a public space. And oftentimes the rules can be much too lenient. So we're going to introduce it now. We've set up a meeting on that moving forward, and we'll make sure that the city's interests are being protected and the public's access to what should be a public park and a real public benefit of development is preserved. And then on 3.14, I just received the fiscal analysis. I haven't had time to review it. So my vote to introduce is just a vote to introduce, and pending the review of that as well as other conversations, we'll see where that goes. And then I said my public comment on 313. We'll see where that goes. So with that, I vote aye for introduction.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for introduction.
Rivera.
Aye for introduction.
Waterman.
Aye for introduction.
President.
Just on 311, I voted no on the original one, just being consistent, voting no on that as well. It's just a correction in the address. On 3.13, let me ask to the law department. So what? There was a tax abatement application I thought was going to come before the city council. What's the status of that? There's a tax abatement for
Is there a
affordable housing?
specific abatement application you're referring to? Do you know which one, or?
I didn't know there was more than one, but that's the
Well, I'm
affordable
not-
housing rehab project in Newport that was about to expire. The 30-year affordability restriction was about to expire this year, it's my understanding, and that it was a rehab project that would impose additional affordable housing restrictions as a result.
The internal review and analysis of that is not yet complete, to my understanding. I can check on the status of that. I can let you know what that is tomorrow or Friday.
Okay. And then on just 3.14, I'm still have to do kind of a thorough review of all of the documentation that has been provided on that. And similarly for 3.15, no commitments there, just I need to review the financial analysis. I've been very, very clear about that, so I'll have to take a look at that to see where that's kind of heading towards. And so I vote aye on introduction for all the rest.
F 3.11. That it?
Yep.
Okay. All have been introduced. 311 by a 6-2 vote. Voting no, Council members Bajano and Lavaro. 313 and 314, 7-1. No votes cast by Councilman Bajano. We're to second reading ordinances, council members. .1 is City Ordinance 19072, an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of Block 17905, lots 18 through 22, and Block 18602, lots 3 and 8, more commonly known by the street address of 612, 616 Communipaw Avenue and 9193 Harrison Avenue and 574, 582 Communipaw Avenue, respectively, to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Yes, Yvonne Bolser. The problem what I have with this ordinance is what we had in previous ordinance. There is nothing here to tell the public what is the value of these properties. Now, the city did a reval, so that should be part of the ordinance. It says that it's being a dollar transfer. Those properties are not worth $1. So I'm totally against transferring property without having the public who may wants to purchase those properties. But this whole thing about transferring property to an agency that has a monopoly on it is totally wrong. And the public, I should know the value. Is that worth $1 million? Is it worth half? I don't know. What are we transferring to the redevelopment agency? I want that in this ordinance. Please make this transparent and stop with this, well, it's not needed. People are lining up in many places in the county to bid on buildings. It is so crowded going to the county there when they have this not tax lien, when they have these sheriff sales, that you have to go outside the building. That's how big it is. But we're transferring property for $1. It's absolutely a lie to say that these properties is that nobody wants it, no one needs them. I suggest take yourself to the next sheriff's sale in Hudson County to see the line wrap around the building getting in there. I just want transparency. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Good day, Jason Berg here. This piece of property has been floating around for many years as Adopt a Lots program. The people that were there were thrown off, then they reopened it up. That is a nice piece of land that can, again, develop for the people. We're growing too fast. I mean, the skyscrapers take up space, they take up water. I object to this sale. Again, this is not a give and take. Jersey City is an institution of a corporation. And it's nice to be good to your friends, but better to your taxpayers. Please take into consideration that this is a balmy trade, and we don't need to waste money. Having the Redevelopment Corporation do its job is fine, but what we're getting for plans is ferocious. What are we getting to put up there? I mean, the whole point of us being here in the city is I don't want to be like New York City. I want to be like Jersey City. At one time, Jersey City was the garden hub and the farm for New York City. Down New Jersey City State College, now New Jersey University, used to be the Henderson Farms. But the real thing we got to start thinking about, when the system blows out, such as electricity, you're going to be looking for food. And let's keep that place open for people to use it as an open space, giving us more air. How many trees are being planted in the city? You know, with the rainforest burning down, we're going to be suffocating in another 20 years because we're doing the same thing to our seas. The real thing is that think of what is going to be done. See the plans before you approve this. Put it on hold. I mean, that piece of property is about, I'd say at least 10 to 15 lots times 30. Times 2 is 30 lots. Each lot goes for $100,000 minimum. And you're changing up for a measly buck? Well, I don't think we need to be in the frontier, you know. That's where a buck came from shooting a deer. Let's be more thoughtful for our community. Because Jersey City is, as I say again, a corporation. You have people being fleeced with their parking police and other ways of making money. Jersey City works in a 24/7, 365 unit, especially when it comes to its sanitation and its parking. The whole point of government is to protect and serve, not to disserve and unprotect. So please be aware of how you are voting. Of course, again, you can't stop a man who wants to do something. But if you can stop him at the polls because he doesn't have enough bread, he's dead in the polls. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jean Daly. I'm basically making some similar comments regarding seems to be this recklessness in transferring property, city-owned properties, to the redevelopment agency. And it seems to me at times that, is there somebody waiting in the wings who's going to benefit from this transfer that's not the citizens of Jersey City? I find it very curious at times that these little lots are pieced together and then suddenly that we find a development being built. And I think it should be fair that if we knew the prices of these lots, either why don't we keep them and put something that we build on top of them, or have a plan approved before we make this transfer, because I've never seen anything transferred in reverse. And so I just think it's a disservice to the people of Jersey City who are once again being sort of, how do I say, kept in the dark. To me, this procedures always seem to be kept in the dark with the transference of these lots to the City Redevelopment Agency. And I wish there was a lot more transparency, and I think maybe we can implement a different technique or method so the public can be more informed and aware. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Philip Carrington.
Good evening.
My question on this is, without clarity, there has to be a reason why there is a transfer. And I think the public should know that. It must be written somewhere or hidden somewhere. But my interest in this and a whole lot of the transfer of property and the sale of properties in our neighborhood these days is quite fascinating. 10, 15 years ago, these were properties that were ignored, eyesores. And now there's almost a land grab, there's interest. And it's something we've been seeing for a long time. I must say that we are pleased and sometimes blessed to have the properties in our neighborhood being developed and redeveloped and changed from what it used to be. But in this change, it seems to leave out black people or people who cannot afford to keep up with the pace. And so when you're making these kind of changes, there has to be something that includes the average constituents and the people who are affected by this. Change is good, but change is at an alarming pace and is driving people out. And so when you make these kind of changes, we need clarity as to why was it transferred, and in the long run, what do you plan to do with it that would benefit the good of our people? Good night.
One of these days, we're going to have a class meeting in here. I'm going to become your school teacher. All right? The breakdown on Jersey City property that the city owns, it has to go to redevelopment agency because they the agency that looks over redevelopment for Jersey City. I did a building on MLK and Oak called the Webb Apartments. The city was control of the property. In order for me to build on that property, it had to be transferred to the redevelop. The name of the agency is redevelopment. Redevelopment is redeveloping Jersey City. Okay? In order for a developer to develop, they have to go through the redevelop agency. And then the redevelopment you have to come before them and you have to break down what you're gonna develop on this property. Okay? I'm doing a project on MLK and Stegman. I had to come before this council and get the property transferred from Jersey City to the redeveloped agency. I'm in the process of doing 25 units on Stegman and MLK. And all properties that go through the city to the redevelopment agency, the redevelopment agency has to let the city know what's being built on there, whether it's low income, affordable, merger market, and then the redevelopment has to give you a price on the property. When the city turns it to the redevelopment agency cannot just give that property away. They have to put a value on it. And then they have to let the city know what they sold the property for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing, anyone else?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Grinzeri, seconded by Lavaro. Close the public hearing. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Grinzeri.
Aye.
Baggiano. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. President.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed, 8-0. For final adoption.
Before you proceed,
Yes, sir.
does everyone receive the replacement document?
What replacement?
No? Am I the only one who received it?
What replacement?
Oh, wait, let me double check. Maybe I'm wrong.
Replacement for 4.1 that added the stipulation. We talked about this on first reading. That,
We'd have to amend the ordinance where,
Has the law department had a chance to review this? I haven't seen replacement of this. I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't know. I submitted it and then to the law department and the clerk, and it's here before us, all of us, and I'm
Did the law department reviewed this?
This was discussed on first reading. I suggested that we allow for the. Let me ask you, Brian. What was the intended for the record? What was the intended purpose of these properties and the sale of the properties?
We've gone through this a bunch. I don't know if any other.
Not really.
Want
We haven't gone through much.
Want to jump in, but
So
there's
this
a couple.
property,
There's
I
a
know
couple
I
of you-
sat in a few meetings, and this property was going to be transferred because we actually voted a year ago to try to build a fire station there. We got engineers, architects, we all voted for, I think a couple $100,000 to go into this land, and what we found that the firehouse was about $6 million. So we as a city actually didn't want to spend the $6 million to build it. So the RFP that we've been working on is to move Rescue 1, which is on Municipal Avenue, the firehouse there, up to that place, but we was gonna send it to the redevelopment agencies so that they would be able to put the RFP out so we can get a developer to build the firehouse for us at no cost to the city if we would give them some units on top of the firehouse. How many units, or if that's gonna be the exact thing is we really don't know yet, but that is the purpose.
That's
I've
one
met
of the
with
properties.
Chief McGill. It's all the properties. This is Municipal Avenue, and the backside is Harrison Avenue. It's 7 lots in a box where they actually
Three
have
properties here.
on Municipal Avenue and Harrison Avenue.
Right, I understand. There's 3 properties on Communipaw Avenue.
And Harrison Avenue.
2 properties on Communipaw, 1 property on Harrison. So correct me if I'm wrong. I understand one of these is the West District. If I'm wrong, then correct me.
Yep.
Yep. So you're talking about the community garden lot, the old community garden. That's where the new
community garden lot,
Rescue
yes.
1 would be envisioned. So let me just, I'm not disputing what your final version is, but the reality is this has come before us now maybe 3 or 4 times. On first reading, it initially came before us. On the first several times, it was discussed as going there, and the idea that, in fact, there wouldn't be a fire station, that you had other plans for it at that point. And then finally, after some objections, I made very loud verbal objections about having invested money into an architect and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. And then finally, at the last meeting, which I'm glad it happened, that we decided we could continue to move forward with the firehouse, with the idea of potentially building on top of it some additional units. It's unclear to me whether that was market rate units or whether that was going to be senior units or affordable housing units or what the case might be. And then on the other property, I'm assuming is the West District and the what's currently Rescue 1 with the move over there, that would ultimately become something else, but that's not clear to me what that is. And so I had suggested, and it's very much on the record, I don't think I was obfuscating or any way or being unclear about it, that we place some conditions on the ordinance to say that simply that the sale or the transfer come back to the city council after the bids go out to see what's being proposed and what would be the best, since we're not looking for dollars here, we're looking for the best community use, then we want to see what it comes back to us so that we can also kind of chime in on that and be able to say if we think this is the best community use for any of those properties in that sense. And certainly the Ward F councilman, as being his ward, that's appropriate, but I think it should come back to the city council as a whole. I asked back then, and I've asked for this on repeated number of occasions prior to that there be language included that would provide for that. I've never received any forward progress on that, and so I've put this language forward myself, which actually came from the law department on the last transfer of land where I requested similar language and extrapolated this language from that, which is item number 3 in this replacement language on the back of the page. And it simply reads that the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency shall not sell or otherwise transfer the property without the express consent of the governing body, which is us, the municipal council. Said consent shall be in the form of a resolution duly adopted by the governing body. So they make their bids, their proposals, they put that out for bid, it comes back, they come back and they say, we recommend this, and they can share it with the council, and then the council can put forward a resolution that says, sounds good, we'll move forward, we're all in lockstep on that. I think that's fair and reasonable, and I think, given the circumstances of what we want to see accomplished there, and what we want to see some community benefit and public benefit as a result, that we would like to see how that looks ultimately and what the terms of that sale ultimately would be. Look, we just talked about on first reading the new public safety headquarters, and Councilman Yun, and just realized at the last caucus meeting that we sold these properties and nobody, I'd never asked leading up to this, up until Monday night, what the purchase price was of the sale of those properties. And so I'm personally not comfortable without knowing that particular information and what the terms of those agreements is going to be, that we're, as one of the speakers just said when they came up here, whether it's appraised or not, letting it come back to us at some later date to see what the terms of those agreements are so that we can make a more informed judgment at that point. And no one's saying that we're trying to stop the process, just move forward the process. This provides a checks and balance that will make sure that we're getting the fair value that we want to see in exchange for the public benefit that we're going to get. I'm going to ask the council to consider adopting this amendment, which is item number 3 on the back of the page, and I'm going to make a motion to amend it to include number 3, the Jersey City, that language that says the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency shall not sell or otherwise transfer the property without the express consent of the governing body. Said consent shall be in the form of a resolution duly adopted by the governing body.
Excuse me, if I may, Council President.
You may.
I think that for purposes of clarity, we had an email conversation, you and I, this afternoon, which included Mr. Baker, Mr. Strasser, and Mr. Byrne, and I don't think that your representation here as to what came from the law department is precise. The language that came from the law department included other language. That particular verbiage that you have proposed to insert here is part and parcel of a bigger paragraph of language. And we went back and forth, and I clearly explained that in that context, in the context that it was given to you for another purpose by an attorney for our office, it had a completely different meaning. As you are inserting it here, what it basically says is that everything would come back for the council from the redevelopment agency to be reviewed. That may or may not be permissible under the law, but I clearly explained late this afternoon that we were not in a position to give you a decisive answer as to whether that was permissible or not. It may be or it may not be, but it is not accurate that the law department has signed off on this language being permissible in this particular ordinance. And we also spoke about the procedural aspect of it, that we could not make those changes because the ordinance was from the administration and that you were free to move for that amendment. But if there's any questions, particularly, but that is
I didn't produce this document, so this is not, I didn't produce this and put this on anyone's desk here, so.
If I may, when we came to the dais this evening, we did have a replacement for 4.1.
And I saw
I
it,
concluded that
but we
meant
did not, the law
this was
department did not create that. We could not create that because the replacement would have to be created by the administration. It's the council president's representation that he is moving to amend, and I'm assuming someone from his office did that. We did not create that.
I didn't, no, absolutely not. I did not prepare this document. I emailed you and the city clerk, and
The redevelopment
the document is on our
agency
desks, so.
sent this iteration over this afternoon.
Okay, it was not created by the
Was
law
not the law
department,
department.
nor did we sign off on it legally with that verbiage as being legally permissible.
So why would the redevelopment agency send this over? I'm a little lost.
I saw it for the first time on the table this evening. The information that I have
proposed this
supplied, which was
language.
an email conversation with the
Let
council
me-
president stating
let me
precisely what I
clarify.
said here tonight.
I proposed this language, number 3, in this form as appended here. I emailed it to everybody else on the council in bold, and emailed it to the law department and the clerk, and then subsequently emailed it to the members of the city council as well. We did have an exchange of emails. It was suggested to me that this language was part and parcel of other language that read about providing 100% affordable restriction on the units therein, as defined by Chapter 188, Article 2 of the Jersey City Municipal Code, and that this language was then considered in case there was a deviation, suggested that in case there was a deviation. I suggested back in my reply to the email that I don't necessarily see that as how the language is written as part of a deviation. That being said, I'm not going to argue that legal point on that. I assume, but that by virtue of the fact that this was on here on our desk with the word stamped on it, replacement, I don't have the replacement stamp to put that on there, that in fact that this was going to potentially move ahead, that I had to make a motion in order to amend it, and so I was in the process of doing that. That being said, if it's the law, since it's the law department's position that they need to do more research, I would ask the council then to defer this, to table this to the next council meeting, pending the legal opinion of the Corporation Council and a thorough review of the law on that. As far as I know, there's no immediate urgency for the sale of this land. and there's no deadlines having to be met, I think it's worth the 2 weeks to say, absent of knowing exactly what the proposal of the project is going to be, I would say we're really kind of, again, giving away kind of our own authority here to be able to say that if we wanted to see a public benefit and good come out of these properties, that we would then put that expressly within the language of the ordinance, or require that those purposes would come back to us in some way so that we could evaluate the value of that public benefit to the people of Jersey City. I think this is our check and balance as a city council, I will say again. I think...
So I just want to ask again, why did the redevelopment agency send this over?
They did not. I don't know where that's coming from.
No, redevelopment agency.
Robert just said that, right?
So
I don't know.
I would be prepared for both eventualities. This shouldn't have been marked replacement. I was not going to be a soothsayer and know which way this was going to be amended, but this requires an amendment. For 3 to go in there, it requires an amendment, and I have one for both occasions. I was just being prepared. It shouldn't actually have replacement on there because we can't replace a second reading ordinance. And a second reading ordinance must...
Can we replace a second reading? Maybe we can amend it. It would be...
In any event, it would be a substantial change because it is a second reading. So if it were to be deferred, it would still be a substantial change, even if it was found to be legally permissible, just to keep that in mind.
So why do we have the redevelopment agency and its commissioners if we're gonna send stuff to them for, I guess, to do our bidding, and then it has to come back to us to, I guess, check and balance the redevelopment agency? I'm a little lost.
That's one of the
I'm happy to answer that as a question. No, I'd like to answer that because we've actually asked this question and discussed it in the previous meeting itself, which is that we send over properties redevelopment agency. I've already said on certain properties, maybe because we're just looking for the price and the sale of the land, that we don't need to necessarily exercise a certain amount of oversight on that property in that sense. In the case of something like Bayfront, where it's a sizable and large investment, in the case of a property like this, I would argue, where we say we want a firehouse or that we want some other public benefit, deferring that decision to commissioners with no disrespect intended to them, but we were elected by the people of Jersey City to say if there's a public benefit to be provided to the community, that we should be able to exercise that authority, and we should want to exercise that authority. And for my part, I do. I want to be able to exercise that and to be able to say, because I believe if we're going to end up doing housing in these properties, I will say it again, and I've said it 1,000 times, that if we're going to end up selling these properties and doing housing, I'm looking for every opportunity, particularly with public lands, to be able to provide affordable housing in a city that's quickly becoming gentrified. But we don't know what's going to happen there, so if it's a recreation center, great. I just want to know what it is, and I want it to come back so that I can be able to make an informed decision at the time that it comes back. I am not precluding any other options as a public benefit, but let's at least have it come back to us and be able to make a prudent decision on that.
So I will ask, when you were the chair of the redevelopment agency, why didn't you suggest that now? Because I think we have a chair of the redevelopment agency sitting right over here now that
I'll tell you why. I'm happy to answer those questions. So what public land did we transfer over there? A Newark Avenue parking lot, which the intention there, which was expressly said in meetings, was to build a hotel, right? And to get the most money we could for the property of the land. And we did. We got $11 million from the sale of that property on Newark Avenue up towards past Five Corners over there.
So why you didn't say, hey, you should send this back to the council for...
Because the express purpose was to get money.
But why didn't you send all of the stuff back when you were the chair of the redevelopment agency, when you were there for the last 6 years?
Because gentrification...
Because now we do have a chair sitting right here that...
And I'm explaining to you right now that because... I don't think I'm hiding it. I've been saying for the past year and a half that gentrification is upon us. It's riding across the city of Jersey City, every public land at this point should be scrutinized and have an
that was-
opportunity
that
to
was the
create
case.
affordable housing opportunities. That
I
wasn't
really
the case
believe
back
that
then.
was the case
and
back
nobody
then
was
as
like
well.
screaming about.
It was the case back
well,
then when you were the
Councilwoman
chair
Waterman
and,
was, I will
and
say.
the president.
Councilwoman Waterman was fighting for affordable housing, but we weren't having the conversation about converting public lands into affordable housing.
Every city across the United States, gentrification is not a 1 or 2 year thing that happens. This thing happens over years and decades. I've lived in other cities where it's happened 20 years ago. So to say that 6 years ago this wasn't a priority, I don't think that that's really accurate or fair, especially to the two people who are currently sitting on the JCRA.
I'm saying it's a crisis now. It's not that it's not a priority, it's a crisis. And if you address a crisis by taking action consistent with being a crisis.
If 6 years ago, if it was taken 6 years ago, if it was examined then, we might not be in the same crisis we're in now.
And to my point, I've been here over 40 years in this city. I don't know about what's going on in other cities, but I can see what's going on here. It's clear as day to me what's going on here. And I would beg the people, the city council, that for all of these properties, at the very least, we should exercise additional caution and use our powers to be able to exercise additional oversight over these properties, because we need to be able to preserve every affordable housing opportunity that becomes available.
You're raising your voice here, and I don't disagree with you. But when the 6 years that you sat over there as the chair, this should have been a real conversation coming back to us. This should really been. Now that you're not the chair there, it really feels like disrespect to the people who sits on that we serve with every single day that sits over there, because two of those people were elected by the people.
This is what I call.
It's not a spin.
I actually brought this up
You're
at the
yelling
last
and
meeting,
you're raising your
the
voice,
meeting before
and if you
that,
really want to
the
raise
meeting
your
before
voice,
that,
and
on
keep
this
raising your
very
voice,
same property.
keep raising your
And
voice.
now
You should have raised your voice 6 years ago.
I asked very
6 years ago, you should have raised your voice.
very respectfully
now you want to
at the
sit here
city.
today
I
and
asked
raise
very
your voice
respectfully.
and disrespect these two people right here. That is not fair.
Oh my, I'm not disrespecting anyone.
You are disrespecting
I'm asking
them.
that when this came back,
And you're not gonna
nobody
disrespect
said
them. No one
anything
did
at the
that to
last
you.
council meeting. Not one voice was raised when I raised this question and this issue, and now it's being raised. People of Jersey City, ask yourself what's going on here.
Is the legality. You got to go through it. They should be
I
ashamed of
just have a question for the law department.
You voted on.
You want to move on? Well, we got to figure out this vote.
All right, calm down. No audience participation.
Go ahead, Denise.
I just have a question for the law department. If we are transferring land to JCRA, right, essentially we're giving them that land and saying that it's theirs, and they are in charge of it. So bringing it back to this council for a vote of then what to do with the land that we gave to someone already, what authority do we have to do that?
Well, that's
Let
the
her
rub-
speak.
Okay.
Well, what is the authority?
Well,
Let her speak.
you're transferring, and what the amendment is doing is saying, summarily, we get to, we, the council, have the opportunity to review that and do what we want. Part of the issue that we need to look into is, are you becoming another agency? We know the law only provides for one agency, and if I can backtrack policy-wise, we're talking, what I'm addressing is the legality of it, not the policy that's being argued about. But the redevelopment agency, when they take the property, they have to develop it within whatever the plan is. It's not just anything, you know that. But getting back to the amendment itself, I don't know if it's permissible under the redevelopment law or under general property law, because you're conveying it. How much of it can you take back? Now, it was part and parcel, council person, of bigger language that you said we proposed. We proposed because you asked that it be proposed as part of you wanting 100% affordable housing. And then if that wasn't complied with in a specific property, then this language could bring it back. But that was a different issue than this. Putting this language in there alone is almost something like a reverter. We don't know if that's permissible. So policy aside, because we don't take a position on that, what we said is we don't know if it's legal or not to have that language in there. We need the opportunity to look into that, to look into the redevelopment law. Like I said, we received that request this afternoon. So that would obviously be up to you whether you want to proceed.
Last meeting. I made that request the meeting before that. I've made this request. I'm sorry. Now let me finish. I made the request with the city council at this dais at the last meeting and asked for your consideration on that and said, if we can do this, then do this. Now, if they determine that legally it's not permissible and they provide some legal rationale, then I'm out of luck. I've lost my opportunity to do that, and I will defer to that. But I literally came here up front with everyone at the last council meeting. It's on the public record on that stuff, and asked you to say, I would like to amend this. I'd like to do it now. And folks said, well, we can do that at the next meeting. Literally said that to me. I said, okay, I'm just asking that you take that into consideration and that we allow for that to happen because it would be beneficial to all of us to be able to have that oversight. No one objected. There was not one word of objection, and I've spoken to people offline about this, and then now we're here, and I'm asking for the language to actually be included, and so there's some question as to the law department has raised to the legality of that. All I've asked coming in here is, okay, then now, if that's the case, then let it go to the next meeting. What's the harm in 2 weeks for the law department to come up with a legal opinion on that? Look, I'm not naive to that. I'm not sure what the legal opinion will be. Hopefully it comes back favorably. Not clear about how that's going to turn out, but I'll roll the dice and I'll take that chance. I'm not going to give up. I'd like to have that opportunity to see that happen. I ask that as a courtesy to the council. There's no urgency to this unless you can tell me that there's somehow some development or project, and if there is, then that means that somebody knows something more about what's going on with this development than certainly I do, and that's certainly very plausible and real. Anyway.
This is the administrative ordinance,
Any council person can amend an ordinance once it's before us.
The way to move this is to
But
take
I'm
a
asking that
vote
we
to
just
make.
defer it. I'm not actually, so I made a motion to amend. So my actual request at this point, and
have a
I'm trying to be
second?
reasonable here, council members, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, let the legal opinion come back. If the legal opinion comes back favorably, then I'm out of luck, as I said. If it doesn't come back favorably and it comes saying that it's okay, then you can still disagree with me and say, no, I don't want to put that amendment in, and I want it to move forward without the amendment. If that's the case, then that's the case. But I don't see what the rush is here to do that. I appeal to your reasonableness around that. Anyway,
Councilman Robinson, this is in your ward. Do you mind another week with this?
This is just not in my ward. This has been going on for 2 years. You know, we've voted on this money to get this firehouse in order 2 years ago. To keep holding up a firehouse that we desperately need to play politics is something that I'm not willing to stand up here to do, because people are playing politics with the people, and you guys get to see it up here right now. People are playing politics. When the choice and the decision was being made at the JCRA by one person, they had nothing to say about it. Now that the chairman is someone else, then now there's something else to say. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's
so,
a lot
so
of
I'm going to retort
politics
to
being
that, which
paid
is
up
that
here.
if you go back, go check the public record. This ordinance was presented on at least 3 separate occasions, and on multiple occasions, the administration literally said that they weren't going to put a firehouse there. I objected. I was the only one who verbally objected, the only one who vocally objected to that and said we wasted money on architecture and other design services to design a firehouse at the tune of over $300,000. Not one other voice objected to that. Not one other voice said anything about that. And to say that somehow I'm just Johnny-come-lately on this particular property is complete, just false.
Not this property with the 6 years you served at the JCRA.
Yeah, you can keep telling that story, but you were actually silent when this was coming up before, and then finally you kind of turned your tune on that.
Was that?
And that's
I spoke in the caucus about it. I gave it to your opinion. I gave it to you that we spent money.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
You're
Can we
playing
move on?
politics with the people. I'm not playing with the people. We need a firehouse.
So
Okay.
can we move forward? You made a motion or you didn't make a motion for the amendment?
I make a motion, look, Councilperson Waterman reasonably asked if the councilman, I'm not looking to, Councilman Robinson, I'm not looking to fight with you on this. If you would do me the favor of deferring this for one more meeting to hear the legal argument. If not, then we'll take the vote. You just have to say which one way or the other, which way you want to go.
Can I just make a quick point? So, I think I am certainly interested in hearing what the legal argument is, and I think it gets back to a couple of things that come before the council, but it's frankly, it can come back to even what we were talking about at the start with the off-duty program, where I think as a council, I would like us to be as assertive as possible about our rights. And the off-duty program is a good example of, where, maybe there's an ambiguously worded ordinance, but the administration is, viewing it as it gives them, way more power than I would reasonably read into it. And I think in this case, the change that the council president's proposing, forget for a second, all the whole discussion, but it would give this council body more authority over decisions. So that to me is I'm interested in our legal opinion on whether we can do that or not. And I think we should all be, whenever we have that opportunity. Now, I understand, obviously, from the councilman's perspective, he's been waiting for a while, and I, want to hear his response on this. But, to me, getting this legal opinion is an important thing, and whether we could apply it here or not would give all of us a greater say in what happens on this project and many other projects.
Hey, somebody make a motion. Hey, everybody got rights.
I think we're calling for the vote.
Okay.
We're going to take a motion.
Make a motion.
I'll take a motion to amend, and then we see where we go from there.
I make a motion to defer to next council meeting, pending a legal opinion.
Right. I can second the motion.
Excuse my fingers here. And this is to
Make that much difference.
really actually to table, and we'll take it off the tabled agenda. 19072, after the close of the public hearing. Motion is made by the council president, seconded by Councilman Solomon. On the motion, Councilperson Ridley,
No.
Prinzeri,
No.
Baggiano,
No.
Solomon,
Yes.
Robinson,
No.
Rivera,
No.
Waterman, Council President.
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails, 2 votes in the affirmative, 6 votes against. Let's go to the final adoption of this ordinance. Councilperson Ridley?
I just want to say that I understand everyone's concerns on both sides of this argument. I believe that we had conversations with our fire officials and their unions, and they expressed their concerns, and that they were okay with moving forward for now. We know that we have issues with firehouses in that area, and I think the councilman is right that we have to move forward on certain things. Certain things have been lingering long enough. As a JCRA commissioner, I plan, and you have my word that I will watch this closely, but I am going to vote aye so that we can move forward.
Councilperson Prinzeri?
The fire department had come to us with some concerns. My understanding with the last time we talked about this is that their concerns were addressed. And this is in Ward F, but this touches Ward B directly. And we have another firehouse on Sip Avenue that is still out of commission, that's still being rehabbed, and they're all the way down on 440. So we're talking about issues of response time in addition to this. And if you've ever been in a fire or had your house start to catch fire, you understand how critical every minute is. So I understand the concerns on both sides, but I really do think we have to move forward, and with that, I vote aye.
Baggiano?
I'm actually, and I've said it many times, against turning anything over to the redevelopment agency. The only reason I'm going to vote yes on this is because of the firehouse and speaking to the firemen and the fire unions. But I think it has to stop where we're turning our land over to the redevelopment agency. So I'll say yes for now.
Councilperson Solomon?
Nothing stops us from getting the legal answer around our authority here, and I know Councilwoman Ridley is committed to watching on this project, and I know Councilman Rivera as well, and I have trust in their work at JCRA, but I also believe strongly in having as assertive a council as possible, so I'm happy either independently or working with the council president and the law department to really dig into this analysis over the next couple weeks. Obviously, by advancing it means we can't apply it to this property, so we're voting on this property as it is, and there's, as all the colleagues said, of why that's an important thing. So I'll vote aye on advancing this forward, and then we'll try to really answer this legal question in the next coming weeks.
Councilperson Robinson?
So up here, we agree to disagree, and I do agree with the council president and the councilman from Ward E that we should express and be able to make our choices and decisions as a council because we were voted in. But as Councilwoman Prinzeri stated, the house on Sip Avenue is down. We have a house on Municipal Avenue right now that is not functioning right. We have a house on Holiday Street that has been down for the last 2 years that is working out of the firehouse number 5 by PS5 school. And in Ward F, we don't have anybody really watching that area. We have firefighters that's in there right now without heat. We just voted not too long ago to put heat in this firehouse. All of our firehouses, if we know, have been built over 100 years ago. They was built for horses and buggies. The firehouses, the fire trucks that we're using now is breaking the floors in all of the firehouses, and that's what we need to do. We've been trying to get this firehouse and the house on Holiday back up online for the last 2 years, and I don't want to wait any more time. I agree with the council president that we do need to watch what's going on with the redevelopment agency, but I do believe that Councilwoman Ridley is over there and the chair Rivera is over at the redevelopment agency, and I'm going to ask them to make sure you watch this, and not only this project but every project closely, whether it's in Ward F, A, B, or C, or D. But we do need to make sure that we get these firehouses on board. I know I heard some things earlier about the price of lots that we transfer. And as a realtor, I just want to let you know that the price varies, right? Just for the public out here. The price varies if you have a 25 by 100 land, and if you're going to put a 22-story building on it, the price totally varies. A house, I think Jason Bird said $100,000 a land 25 by 100 goes for, but not if you can put 40 units on that 25 by 100. That land goes up to $1 million. So it truly goes about what you put on this house. And so what we're doing right now, we're having problems in Ward F because, as you all know, we have a lot of vacant lots in Ward F. And it's not the reason that no one wants to build in Ward F, it's that the banks do not want to finance in Ward F. So the reason we're going out to RFP to find a developer to pay for this firehouse ourselves, because we want the developer to ultimately use their money to pay for a firehouse. And if you look at the City Hall Annex, we went out to a developer and we got it done in 18 months. If you look at the West Precinct, it took us over 8 years because we did it as a city. I'm making sure that I do my part to say, hey, we're going to hold these developers accountable, but at the same time, if they're going to build here in Jersey City and Ward F, they're going to give something back to this community. And I know that Ms. Balsa talked about being able to transfer this land via the highest bidder. And I just want everyone to know that it does make sense in some cases to let this go to a auction where the highest bidder comes in. But we have to understand, if we let that property, any property in the city, go to the highest bidder, then there's no affordable housing that we can make them do. There's no firehouses that we can make them build. There's no recreation centers that we can make them build. So if we turn it over for the highest bidder, they can build whatever they want as long as it's in the redevelopment plan. So if the plan calls for 40 units, that's what they can build, and they don't have to talk to the city one time. At least if we turn it over to the redevelopment agency, we have 2 council persons that's over there overseeing the redevelopment agency that should have our back. And like I said, I'm asking both of them today to watch not only this project, but each and every project that we may have to transfer in the city over there, to make sure we get back what the council president says is really important, because I think it's important to all of us that affordable housing for the residents of Jersey City to stay here. So thank you for listening. I don't want to bore you too much. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera?
I mean, very interesting conversations we're having here today. But as Councilman Robinson stated, Councilman Ridley, Councilman Solomon, Councilwoman Ridley and myself are commissioners over at JCRA. And every time we have meetings, we definitely engage in conversation that's very, very transparent. And we invite you guys to come to our meetings every time we have them. And we definitely engage in conversation, whereas we want to make sure that the community is very well aware, and that they feel that we are behind them 100%. That's something that when I was a commissioner, I wasn't really much engaged. So when I became chair, Councilwoman Ridley, myself, and the commissioners, we are very, very much engaged in making sure that the properties that come into the redevelopment agency are accountable to the entire city of Jersey City, and we make sure of that. With respect to the firehouse, this is just not a regular firehouse. You have to understand, this is the firehouse of the rescue and squad. This firehouse not only serves the south side of the city, this firehouse serves the entire city of Jersey City. Whenever there's a call of first alarm, second alarm, these apparatuses get called to wherever it is in the city. The firehouse, the reason why we were we were fighting for it to stay within that area, because it's strategically placed to answer these calls. It's strategically placed in the middle of the city to answer the calls in a timely fashion. This is why we came back to visit, for this site, and we, like the council president, did speak to the chief of the fire department. We also spoke to the chief of the fire department, but we were all concerned. The council president's concerns were valid. Everybody's concerns up here were valid. But we need to get this done. We can't keep on babysitting this without making a judgment so that this firehouse can get built. So with that said, I wanted to make sure that it is on the record that you guys are more than welcome to come to JCRA meetings, hold us accountable, ask us questions. We are there, and we're very transparent. With that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Waterman?
I guess this was an interesting conversation up here. I just want it straight for the record. When I took office in 2013, 2014, I've been really rallying for affordable housing. I want that on the record, because it seems like now people are rising up trying to say that they've been, everything that they're trying to do is for affordable housing. But I was dealing with affordable housing in 2014. I did write an ordinance wanting the developers at least give 20%, and I had no one backing me. No one. So I want that on the record because I don't want nobody to think that all of a sudden this council is coming alive that they was dealing with affordable housing. But I've been dealing with it back in 2014 and I didn't get no support with it. Even when it comes to rent, the rent board, I've been dealing with that also. I want that on the record because sometimes people think that, okay, I'm here now and all of a sudden I got interest in. No, I've been dealing with this all along. I just didn't get the support. But now, since we're in a crisis, now everybody's talking about affordable housing, which is a good thing, because you need more than one voice, really, to get the job done. Now, when it comes to this firehouse, it is needed in that area. That's just the bottom line. And when you're dealing with government, it does take time to get certain things done. So we don't want to prolong this. I get both sides of the argument with this, and we have to move forward. And I do trust the two colleagues that are on JCRA. I trust them. And so I have no reason not to trust them. I really don't. Because when you're working in a group, to be perfectly honest, when you're working on a team, there have to be some level of trust. It has to be. And y'all know that if y'all working with other people. If there's no level of trust, then how can the team go forward? So if there's anything that has been proven wrong that they have done, then that's another conversation. But right now, nothing has been proven that they've done anything wrong. So at this point, I do trust the two that's on there. And so if anything goes wrong, they're supposed to come back to the council and let us know and give us a heads up. That's the way this works. So with that in mind, I do vote yes for this project. But I want that on the record. When it comes to affordable housing and when it comes to the rent levering board, I've been dealing with this all alone by myself, but now I'm glad I do have help. Thank you.
Council President. President?
So, the restrictions and conditions on this property, in terms of the zoning and so forth, we have little to no assurances other than kind of verbal commitments to say that we're going to do X, Y, and Z. I trust that the firehouse will likely be built because there's probably enough political pressure to make that a reality. But I'll say beyond that, with regard to that, I'm going to ask my colleagues at the JCRA to truly, and I know they're going to work hard there. But what has changed? What was asked from me earlier this evening is what has changed for me as well this time around right now, and I'll tell you, a lot has changed over the past year and a half since 2017, and a lot of that was encapsulated in a story in Bloomberg News in July of this year. And if you look at Bloomberg News and you see what's happened, and I would ask my colleagues at the JCRA to, when you evaluate what's going on there, to take a look at that super PAC that's named there, among other stories as well, and to make sure that you're looking at that list of names to see who's listed there and who's bidding for these properties. And to make sure that you're taking a good hard look at that, because for my part, that's what's changed for me. I look at things a lot differently, not just because of Bloomberg, but a lot of things over the past year and a half to 2 years that have got my eyes raised and my eyes wide open about what's going on and what's been going on here in Jersey City. And so this gentrification isn't just that it's rampant and wild and spreading, but it's also, it's not just because the market is hot, but because it's intentional. And what's going on has been intentional on the part of this administration and in part in working with in the pocket and working with developers to make sure that they're able to realize the kind of returns that they've wanted to see here in Jersey City at the expense of all of us, all the people who've been here in Jersey City for a long time. So I am not going to suggest in any way that I don't trust my colleagues to do that. I just know that after 8 years on the city council and 6 years under the administration, that I've become a little bit more cynical about things and have been looking at things a lot more eyes wide open. And I'd ask my colleagues, my newer colleagues as well, to kind of look at that. I tell you, when I look at things through that lens now, and I look through things instead of through a trusting lens to say that I think that things are being done for the benefit of the city, but I in fact ask the question for myself,
when I ask and I look at the different things that are proposed before me, and I say, what's being done to enrich or to support the self-interest of someone else? When I look at that, I'm usually able to get to the bottom of what's going on with any of these items on this ordinance if I have enough time to figure it out. And so I'll ask you all to look at things with that level of scrutiny. And I think you'll do things the way you professionally. And but I'm going to suggest that there's a new level of scrutiny that's required here, because if you consider what was reported in Bloomberg, then we need to make sure that we're putting in all the controls we need to see to make sure that we're protecting the people of Jersey City from the further gentrification of our communities. With that being said, I just don't feel comfortable that those protections are there, and I pray and hope that my colleagues in the JCRA will be able to identify that stuff if it should come to fruition with this development and these projects. And if I can be of help to them in any way, I offer myself in that regard. But in good faith, I can't vote yes. I have to vote no.
Okay, we have a 7-1 vote. Council President voting no. On to 4.2.
So, Robert, just like we did at the last meeting, in August, we'd like to motion to advertise this at our next meeting on
That
September
also
25th.
4.2 and
So 4.3, 4.4 will actually advertise at the first meeting in October. Okay. Yes. So we'd like to make a motion to advertise 4.2 at our next meeting, September 25th.
okay. So we're going to carry 4.2 and advertise it for the next meeting?
Correct.
September?
Yes.
Motion is made by Councilman Solomon, seconded by,
Renzeri.
on the motion, Councilperson Ridley. Renzeri.
Aye.
Bajano. Yun is absent. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Absent. Councilperson Waterman. Lavaro. Council President.
We're voting to carry over, right?
Yeah. Okay. Next meeting.
I just want to make a short statement, which is to all the parties involved in here, I want you to know that my door is wide open. I know you hear a lot of different things about this ordinance, which myself and Councilperson Waterman put forward. The goal here is, again, looking for more affordable housing opportunities, but that does not mean that I'm deaf to the other concerns and issues that are needed here. We've had our challenges here because of some of the barriers that have been erected against us in trying to get a fair analysis of what's going on here, a fair financial analysis. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there soon enough. As I said in the caucus meeting, I'm more resolved than ever to making sure that we move this forward and that we maximize every affordable housing opportunity that's available in this ordinance. So with that, I'm going to vote aye to carry over.
And then, Robert, I'm going to continue to make your life difficult, so thank you for bearing with me. So for 4.3 and 4.4, which we have also been carrying over, I'd like to make an amendment to carry those to our October 9th meeting. And the update for the council, which we had talked about meeting and getting a group together, had been a little bit difficult to schedule, but we have 2 meetings on the books for September. So my hope is that those meetings and conversations will result in our ability to either amend or advance the ordinance depending on how they go.
At the next meeting, we may have to do something about moving our October meeting a day.
Okay, fair enough. The first October meeting. Yeah.
It falls on a religious holiday, and we didn't catch that. Yeah. On the motion by Councilman Solomon to carry 4.3 and 4.4 to the next meeting, to the
October meeting.
in October.
Aye.
One second, please. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Solomon, seconded by
Franzeri.
Renzeri, and this is to carry 4.3 and 4.4 over to the next meeting. Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Renzeri,
Aye.
Fagiano,
Aye.
Yun, absent. Solomon,
Aye.
Robinson,
Stepped away.
he's also absent. Rivera,
Stepped away.
Waterman, Olvara.
Stepped away.
Motion carries five.
I know.
Motion carries 5-0.
Let's get on with the show. We got it, you know, planning board now, and it's on, and it's on, 11 o'clock. That's it.
Brian?
Yeah, we should start. This is getting ridiculous.
Especially when everything blows up and then has to get back together.
Right. It's true. You get crazy up in here.
Jason left?
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, his hat. I see his
Oh,
hat.
I see his head.
Sticking up back there.
Okay.
We only
2-minute
have
break.
5 right now.
2-minute break. 2-minute break.
Break. We need one break. We gotta go home.
2-minute anyway, long as short as
Keep
you
it
can.
on
She can't-
council.
We're,
She needs a break.
we're taking a 2-minute break for the audience.
Yeah, just for those who are in their seats, just please remain, but our court reporter needed a moment. Yeah, here's one. Here's 2, actually. I'll tell you. What's your name? Patrick, I don't have you. What time did you call? Yeah, I mean, I'm up here trying to get ready for the meeting. Sorry. Biker, let's go bikers. Yeah, we only got to get through these. I think I've done this too long. I've done this too long. I've done this too long.
Waiting at the bar at Rudy's the other night, and I say, has anybody seen Robert?
They don't know me. They don't know me. I'm anonymous there.
Good to see you, brother.
Should have called. You should have called. I would have hopped over.
We gotta do it one day. I'm gonna be starting Cliffside for the next 2 weeks, starting on Friday. So I'm gonna give
Call
you.
me. Let me know.
We'll do Hiram's, all the sticks. You know, I almost said it to the guy, but he looked like he was in a bad mood one day.
You should.
Yeah. The younger guy, there's like one younger guy that's testing, I feel like, and then the rest of them are okay. And then there's like the two guys that are always doing the cooking on the back end. They always look like they're not
Oh
ready
no!
for
I
trouble.
told him. I said, listen. I'll shake your hand right now. council members, can we get you back, please? There you go. Come on back. Come on back. Huh? Yeah, I just...
Yeah, get him.
Councilman Bajano, come on back.
Okay.
All right, would everyone take a seat? We want to resume the meeting, please.
All right. Can we get council people, council members? City clerk, let's resume.
All right, council members. We are up to 4.5, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Parking, Standing and Stopping, amending Section 332-27, angle parking of the Jersey City Code, designating angle parking on the north side of Winfield Avenue, from Ocean Avenue to Garfield Avenue. This is a public hearing. On the ordinance, are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
We have a motion by Councilperson Prinzary, seconded by Councilperson Rivera, to close the public hearing. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Baggiano.
Aye. Danny.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
There's 15 of them there, they call.
Okay, maybe someone could tell him to step back in. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Yes.
And Lavaro.
Stepped away.
We have a 6-0 vote to close the public hearing. Yun, Robinson, and Lavaro absent for the close of the public hearing. Councilperson Ridley for adoption.
4.5, right? Yes. I just want to say that in Ward A, as I mentioned before, we've been working on parking changes, and this is the third installment of changes that we've done this year to increase parking in the ward. So we've done Winfield between Princeton and Garfield with changing one side to angle parking. And this is the next phase between Garfield and Ocean. And it's something that the residents in that area are certainly looking forward to. I vote aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilman Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilman Solomon.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson back.
Stepped away.
No one's back.
If you would do a roundup. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
Councilperson Waterman. Is the President back?
No.
Okay, as it stands now, it is a 6-0 vote. Yun absent. We'll catch up with council members Robinson and Lavaro. Next is 4.6. It's an ordinance supplementing 332 vehicles in traffic, Article 9, parking for the disabled of the Jersey City Code, amending the reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Don't jump the man who's trying to get to the stage. Rough. Question. With this revised parking spaces at various locations, is there going to be a number set for parking spaces for the handicapped?
You
mean
can't set a
limit?
number?
A limit, like
You're talking about a limit?
Well, is this for disabled, is it going to be limiting or just for people who are applying that need to follow the ordinances to require them to get a handicap parking sticker?
It's just for the people who follow the ordinance. It's just for the people who follow the ordinance that apply for the handicap sticker.
And they go through a whole process
Yeah.
where they go through a committee.
6-month process.
It's a 6-month process.
They applied and
But
basically.
but again, you're getting the usual doctor's note from the
Correct.
doctor.
And there's a doctor on the committee that verifies that.
Oh, so you're trying to get, basically what you're trying to do with this is to try to prevent as many people stop them from abusing the parking?
It's not a free pass.
Well, it's not a free pass, but okay. That's good, because you want everybody in up and up, and when it comes to government, accountability is always left behind in the John. Thank you.
Motion.
Second.
Close the public hearing we have on a motion by Councilperson Rivera, second by Councilperson Prinzary, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Baggiano.
Aye.
Yun
Not here.
is absent. I'm going to get that sometime tonight. Solomon,
Aye.
Robinson, is not back. Rivera, Waterman, we have the president back. 6-0 vote to close the public hearing with Young, Robinson, and Lavaro absent for the close of the public hearing. We'll catch up with them when they get back in the room for the final vote on 4.6, 19103. 4.7, 19104 is an ordinance supplementing 332 vehicles in traffic, Article 7, metered parking, Section 332-48, designation of parking spaces of the Jersey City Code, amending the hours the parking meters in Lot 9, also known as 52, are in effect. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Yes, Yvonne Bolser. What are the hours that you are amending?
So the current meters in the lot are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and we're extending from 9 a.m. to midnight.
To midnight? So you have to pay, huh?
Correct.
And what area is this exactly?
So this is simply the lot on Newark Avenue, 174 Newark Avenue. It doesn't apply anywhere else, just the lot on Newark Avenue.
So that's going to be very difficult for those people that go out and eat and...
Well, the reason we're doing it is so it actually is used. So if you go there at night to night, you should see most of the spaces empty, and that's because the rules are very unclear. There's misleading signs. No one knows what's going on. And what we've seen, right, is that that neighborhood has changed, or that the commercial district has changed. So the majority of the stores are restaurants that are open late. So the whole point with the meters is to create turnover. So we actually are trying to create more spaces and make them more available. So that people can actually go and use the restaurants. The other thing that we're doing, which is actually in a first reading, is we're clarifying the permit rules. So we had previously issued full 24-hour-a-day permits to park in that lot. But that obviously isn't a good thing for those businesses, because those businesses want their customers to be able to find parking. So we're actually changing the rules to prevent people from getting those permits in the future, where they can just take one of those spaces. So we're really just trying to create parking spaces in that one lot that are better utilized and provide better support for the businesses.
Yeah, if somebody want to go to a restaurant there and they're worrying about their car being ticketed, and you're not going to have people going to restaurants. That's what I'm trying to say. Because what are the, like, for instance, how long, if you were to go to any of the restaurants in that particular area, you may spend 2 hours there. I mean, how long time would you have in terms of the meter?
So you can go up to 4 hours.
Up to 4 hours? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilperson Rivera. I believe Councilperson Ridley got the second. To close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley. Renzeri.
Aye.
Baggiano. Solomon.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Robinson is not yet back.
No.
Rivera. Aye. Waterman. President. Not yet back. We have a 6-0 vote to close the public hearing. For final adoption of City Ordinance 19104, Item 4.7, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Renzeri.
Aye.
Baggiano.
Aye.
Solomon.
Councilman Ridley, if you don't mind me sharing, Councilman Ridley got a ticket in this lot a couple months ago because these rules were unclear, and we thought that you could park there in the evenings, but the sign said you had to have a permit, so that's not the only reason we're changing the rules, but one of them. The main reason is if you go to the lot at night, you'll see that the spaces aren't being used, and we have businesses that people are coming to, and we'd rather people park in that lot than in the neighborhoods. It's only 20 some odd spaces it applies to, but that's better than nothing. So with that, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Councilmembers,
She paid the ticket too, I'll just say.
Yes. $110.
we're going to have to go back one vote after we do this. Councilman Robinson's out of the room. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman.
Aye.
And Lavaro. is out of the room. So we have a 6-0 vote. Council members, I didn't record the final adoption for the City Ordinance 19103, item 4.6. That is the disabled parking. We closed the public hearing but never took a final vote. Councilperson Ridley?
Aye.
Prinzary?
Aye.
Bajano?
Aye.
Solomon?
Aye.
Rivera?
Aye.
Waterman? And the President and Mr. Robinson are out of the room. We'll record their votes and the final tallies when they do return. Until then, let's keep moving along. We're up to 4.8, City Ordinance 19105. An ordinance amending Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 18, Department of Human Resources, to restructure the Department of Human Resources. This is a public hearing on the ordinance. Do any members of the public wish to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion.
Burke.
Jason, why don't you occupy a closer seat and we'll, or at least tell us
I
that.
like frustrating you guys.
We already closed out.
What?
We already closed out. We already closed out.
Well, again, you know,
I don't go back.
well, I'm sorry, you want to get at it and see your beers. Okay, shave them.
Thank you. Closed out. Too late.
Who made the motion?
Daniel Rivera.
Seconded by?
Mira Prinzary.
On the motion to close, Councilperson Ridley?
Aye.
Prinzary?
Aye.
Bajano?
Aye.
Solomon?
Aye.
Councilman Robinson's back in the room. Rivera?
Aye.
Waterman? Council President?
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to take us backwards a little bit, gentlemen, so we can catch up. We have an 8-0 vote for that. For the final adoption of City Ordinance 19105, item 4.8, Councilperson Ridley. Prinzary?
Aye.
Bajano?
Aye.
Yun is absent. Solomon?
Aye.
Robinson? 4.8. Yes, sir.
Aye.
Rivera?
Aye.
Waterman? Lavara? Council President Lavara, 4.8.
Brian, did you guys get me that information? On human resources? I've asked for
I remember.
3 meetings ago, and
Can't
every
remember.
meeting since then.
Yeah, I can't remember what the question was, though.
It had to do with like an organizational chart, had to do with number of employees within each division, had to do with changes in the number of division heads, who was the current division heads, things of that.
In HR.
In HR.
I thought that
That's what we're talking about, 4.8, right?
Yeah. I thought that was sent. I apologize. I can get it to you. I know it's probably too late at this point. I can get it to you tomorrow first thing, if that's okay.
You can get it to me first thing, that's fine. Please get it to me.
Okay.
In the absence of that information, I'm going to vote no.
You're voting no, sir? So we have a final vote for the adoption of City Ordinance 19105, 7-1. Council President voting no, Councilman Yun absent. Council members Robinson and Council President Lavaro, you missed the votes on 4.5. City Ordinance 19-102.
I vote yes.
Councilman Robinson
Aye.
and Council President.
Aye.
So that means we have an 8-0 vote on item 4.5, City Ordinance 19-102. On 4.6, 19-103, Councilperson Robinson. 4.6. Disabled
Aye.
spots.
Aye.
President,
Aye.
we have an 8-0 vote on City Ordinance 19-103, item 4.6. 19-104, item 4.7.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilman Robinson. President?
This is 4.7?
Yes.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote on Ordinance 19-104, item 4.7. Everyone was here for 4.8. We're at 4.9. It's an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City amending Chapter 53, Personnel, Section 6, Vacation and Other Compensation, and 1 and 11, Fixed Salaries of the Municipal Code. It's a public hearing on the ordinance. Any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Yes, Jason Berg. With this, are there changes and increases for our city employees?
This is the council aides ordinance. This is increasing the pay of council aides who haven't had a raise in 20 years.
All right, so what is the current to present in the increase of their increment?
The state legislature gave an increase, I believe, up to $42,000 a year. I'll let the Corporation Council handle that.
Pardon me, I believe the state legislature previously had a limit of 15,000, which was set in the 1980s. The increase, I don't believe they set an increase in the new statute. I think they removed the limit. So
Okay, I got you.
it's a matter of discretion for the city and the council.
Okay.
So basically, so is that, what, does the city set a percentage increase? I mean, $15,000 can't even live on.
No, it's no longer 15,000. I think it is 42,000 per council person, and the council persons can either pay one aide with it or have two aides, totaling $42,000.
So the council, this has nothing to do with the council people. This is their
No,
assistants.
This is their assistants.
So they would be, those individuals would be there, instead of being part-time, they'd be there full-time.
There's 9 aides. Who are the other 2? It says 11 fixed salaries.
It's a question.
That the 11, Rich, is from it's the code. It's the code. It's the municipal code.
One full-time or multiple part-time? Or is it 2?
Okay.
It's 2 part-time.
So 2 part-times would be 21,000, and then 42 for one person playing it all. What is the current price salary for our council people?
That's not on.
36,000.
Less than that.
Good question.
That's not in this ordinance.
Well, I'm just asking a simple question.
Some of us
It's
are
in the 30s.
Jason. Some of us are
30s.
considering resigning and then being rehired as an aide so we can make more money.
I think that would be going backwards, but certainly would be a political punch to the establishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pat Waiters. So I don't know who this young man is here, but he said it's at the council's discretion. This not public information, the salary of the aide?
Oh, it will be public information.
Oh, after you vote on it? Oh, okay, I just want a clarification because I wasn't, okay, thank you.
Pat Waiters. Public hearing, anyone else on the ordinance?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Prinzeri. Close. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Yun is absent. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote to close the public hearing. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19106.
Long time coming.
4.10, City Ordinance 19108, an ordinance amending Article 5 of Chapter 242, Peace and Good Order of the Municipal Code, implementing regulations regarding the use of electric scooters.
Pat Waiters, I definitely want to speak on this. Please tell me your magic you make tonight when voting on.
Back up about 3 inches from
Oh,
the mic.
is that better? I talk loud, I'm sorry. I don't need the
No,
mic.
so just back up a little bit and
All right,
push
is
it
that better?
forward so that
Move the mic closer.
Is that better? I don't need the mic.
No, it's not. Move the mic closer to you so we can
just
step back.
Yeah, just don't be on it.
Right there.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Make
Is
it
that
plain.
good?
Make
There you
it
go.
plain.
Go ahead, Pat.
Make it plain, Pat.
In Hoboken, we have the electric scooters.
Hoboken.
And yes, I'm just giving you an example because I want to see
Are you from Hoboken?
No, I'm not. I don't want to put that on the record. Anyway, with these scooters, I'm serious. With all seriousness, please take into consideration with respect to riding on the sidewalk, kids of age. You have to mention this because some of the teenagers use their parents' card because some of them take the card and still ride the scooter. This is still a mobile. This is really serious. We had a senior get hit and get 64 stitches in her chin. The first day, it was like a disaster. So whatever language you're going to create tonight, please keep in mind the pedestrian safety. This is a serious issue. It's a problem. I mean, everybody on their own opinions, but me in Hoboken, and these scooters only been there 6 or 7 months, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. And you could watch our live stream meetings with our chief of police and everything else. They trying to get city ordinances together with our city council to put them scooters under control. Really think about this tonight, so I hope this is to adopt a language where you can be concerned about the safety of these vehicles, because it seems like other people just worried about the money, because it is a money grabber, but a lot of people's lives is in danger. And y'all way bigger than Hoboken, Jersey City. So really think about this with the scooters. Get some more information.
Yvonne Bolser. My husband and I was in Philadelphia, I think last Saturday, and there was 3 young men on scooters going in and out of traffic like this, and we were afraid we were going to hit them. I think anyone that has something like this must have insurance, because if they cause an accident, they escape. And I mean, some of them were quite good at what they were doing, but it made the people in the car scared. And they go just as fast as the car. They can go 25 miles an hour, just like a regular car is going 25 miles an hour. So there has to be something. They need insurance because they do cause accidents. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. What's going to be done with the ordinance? How is it going to curtail or improve the vehicle of electric scooters? How is this going to help the city when we have idiots taking their regular bicycles and riding them on the sidewalk? And a couple of years back, I heard the police
Establishing regulations for something that never existed before. The city's not in a financial situation with any scooter company yet.
No, but these are electric scooters that are privately owned, or these regular scooters that are going to be like the city bicycles?
e-scooters may come down the line, but we're talking about scooters that people privately own.
All right, the thing is that the scooter would actually fall under a regular vehicle as a bicycle, and there's regulations in that. So you should look at the vehicle, the state laws or codes, and look at that. You're putting it, this is to create an ordinance that's already been done, or are you looking to create something out of the air?
So this isn't starting a scooter program. This is amending rules and regulations to have some rules and regulations around scooters since they're popping up more often. Correct, Brian?
So what?
We're not choosing a program. We don't have a scooter program that we're implementing like City Bike.
This ordinance actually specifically prohibits any scooter sharing programs without the express consent of the city. So this puts it in writing that no scooter company can come and just dump their scooters and just call themselves operating in Jersey City without us approving it first.
So basically, this is trying to put borders on people just dropping their stuff, and basically it's incorporating and profiteering on the city's property.
Yep, without us being involved in it, yep.
So basically, it's like it's going to be following the same rules as a city bike.
Yeah.
And take up more space.
There will be some sort of public procurement process for this, yeah, if and when we go down this route.
Well, that's good. At least you're thinking for the future on this topic, which is very important. But again,
Regs in first place.
and also you're going to do regulations for profiteering. Let's have our
Motion.
Excuse me, I've still got the floor.
Come on, Jake.
As long as I'm standing here, I know. I like the peanut gallery. I'm gonna have some peanut butter later. But you're also, when you're doing this for the electric scooters, please start having your policemen enforce bicycles on the sidewalk. Too many people. Our population is not getting any younger. And even when you have these bike lanes, you still have idiots not even paying attention. And when you do confront these individuals being callous and unlawful, you get a bite back. And our policemen have to see this, and it's for everyone's safety. Thank you very much. Please, everything is related. It's like the
No, not really.
yes, a Dem
I'm not
diagram.
related to you, thankfully.
Dem diagram. Play a Dem diagram. You remember that in elementary school? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nathan Oliver.
Nathan Oliver?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Whenever the discussion of electric scooters comes up, one of the most frequent concerns is about pedestrian safety and them being used on the sidewalk. So I'd just like to remind the council that protected bike lanes are one of the most effective ways to prevent sidewalk riding. The protected bike lane on Prospect Park West essentially erased sidewalk riding almost overnight. It's a really good way to improve pedestrian safety by organizing the street and giving small, light vehicle users a place where they feel safe riding that isn't the sidewalk. Also, as someone that has been struck with a full-size motor vehicle, we're talking something that weighs in the range of 1 to 3 tons, anytime a street user outweighs their vehicle of choice, that is good for public safety. That is making everyone safer when we take 2 tons of steel out of the equation. It really does, because I see drivers turning through crosswalks, putting pedestrians in danger all the time, and making those vehicles smaller and lighter and still getting the same transportation job done is going to improve public safety. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Good evening once again. My name is Phil Carrington. I think it's interesting in this particular issue, primarily because we have, first, it is good to have regulations on anything, and anything you use can be abused. You can abuse the radio, you can abuse the car, you can abuse anything. So it is good that you're looking at it, but I think you have to be very careful when you are putting enormous amount of regulation on something as small as a scooter. Because see, poor people has to move around, and everybody cannot move around on bicycles, everybody cannot move around on motorcycles or cars. And so when you start to put too many regulations on something as simple as this, then you might start regulating then wheelchairs or mobile electronic chairs for old people. The question then is, what is a vehicle? Years ago, the wheels of anything has to be over 10 inches to be considered a vehicle. So if that's still the standard, a scooter, a small scooter, is less than 10 inches of the wheels, so they're not really vehicles. They are mobile options. That's a different word. Anyway, they're mobile objects, that's the word I'm looking for, but they're not vehicles. And so you cannot really regulate something that is not in the category of a vehicle. But then again, you should also have insurance on it. But you also cross the lines of a poor person who a person have 2 or 3 children, now have a scooter. You ask them to insure a scooter that the child is having. Well, if the child or children are taking the scooter to school beyond their home, there's a question. But how if the child just using the scooter on the sidewalk in the front of the house where they are? Do they need insurance for that? And so I think it is really unfair to impose your bougie views on poor people only because you almost got hit by something. It is just nonsense. Yes, you can also get hit by a flower pot coming off the apartment building as well. So therefore, you should insure your flower pot. It is nonsense. You should also insure your cat if it fell out the window. Oh, come on. This is just nonsense. And so here, it is unfair to put too much regulations on something as simple as a scooter, where the children, 5 years, 10 years, can use the scooters on their sidewalk. I think it's unfair to put too much regulations on something as simple as a scooter.
Motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Rivera.
Second.
By Councilperson Prinzary. To close the public hearing. Councilperson Ridley. Aye. Prinzary.
Aye.
Bajano. Aye. Yun is absent. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Aye. Lavara.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote to close. For adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
I'm sorry, before we, just a question, and it just came up for me, Brian, because you made the comment about other systems not being able to operate in Jersey City, right? So it's my understanding there's like a private system being operated right now, and I'm not sure where they operate out of. Does this essentially prohibit them from operating in Jersey City?
This would prohibit a private company from actively engaging in financial transactions in the public right of way, so to speak. So City Bike, for example, you rent the bikes in the street. They're parked on the street, they're stored on the street, they're stored in public areas. There's a private scooter company that is operating off of some private property.
Right.
There's nothing we can really do about that.
Okay.
However,
This doesn't alter that.
This ordinance does regulate the use of those scooters in the street.
Right, in the street, but it doesn't alter them from being able to operate.
Yeah, right, right. And to be clear, anyone could buy their own scooter right now. There are some people in the audience, I think, that own their own scooters, which is perfectly legal. But this is just more about the operation of that.
I just wanted to clarify for myself. Thank you. Please, let's call for the vote.
Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye.
Bajano.
Aye.
Yun is absent. Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
BA, quick question. You said they have a private business where they're operating out of their like home or garage or something?
Yeah, so there's a scooter company that is leasing space from, I think there's a hotel they're leasing from, and maybe there's a private development that they are storing them on the property somewhere.
So do they have to have license?
No, there's really nothing.
So maybe we should work on some legislation about license, right? When you have a food business, you have to go get a food license or something like that.
Yeah, we could take a look at that.
Especially if they're making money off of this, right?
Yeah, we can take a look.
Yeah, we should definitely take a look at whether it's inside of a building or not. They're making money, which means they're probably bypassing our tax system.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that for sure.
Aye.
Rivera?
So I'm going to vote aye, but Mr. BA, for me, the scooters have been, it's been a scooter graveyard on my block, and maybe we could take care of that.
Yeah, for anyone who's having issues with shared scooters being dumped anywhere in Jersey City, please either submit through C-Click Fix or you can email me.
Second Street,
Second Street. All of
Manila,
Second Street?
and Erie.
Okay, okay.
Your vote, Councilman?
Aye.
Councilperson Waterman? President?
Just, Brian, this didn't come up in our caucuses or questions, and I just ask, what will be done to, I'm going to vote aye, but because there's currently no regulations, so this is necessary to put some regulations in place. What's going to be done to educate scooter riders on these rules, and then also what will be done to educate the enforcement officers around this and to be able to disseminate that information to make sure that people know the rules of the road on scooters?
Sure. Well, we're going to be communicating internally in a few different ways about enforcement of these rules and, frankly, all of the other Vision Zero changes that we have coming to our streets and that have already come to our streets. So we've already had ongoing discussions about, for example, the new protected bike lanes, how street sweepers can service them, how parking enforcement can best manage those areas, how police can respond and park in those areas, and that sort of thing. And this goes for non-enforcement employees as well. We've still had some residual issues with city vehicles being parked in these areas that we're resolving as quickly as we can. But it's ongoing communication and ongoing dialogue for us. The scooters have not necessarily become, they have not started to, become so prolific that they're overrunning certain neighborhoods of Jersey City. So we're still, I think, ahead of that in a sense so that we can still do some outreach to communities and just get the word out in the way we do. But we do have these Vision Zero quarterly meetings and working groups and a lot of stakeholders plugged in there that we are going to regularly communicate with this about.
Okay. So my last thing and just my request is that with the private operation company that's out there, that upon passage of this ordinance and effective date, that you notify that company of these new rules and regulations, or whoever else may be operating in Jersey.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, and we'll look into that and what our possible options are as far as licensing for that as well.
I vote aye.
Okay, we have an 8-0 vote for the final adoption of Ordinance 19-108, item 4.10. This will be our last second reading ordinance, given that we did number 12 to begin the meeting with Ms. Gardner. 4. Thank you. .11 is City Ordinance 19-109. An ordinance amending Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing and Stopping of the Jersey City Code. Public hearing on the ordinance. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
Who made the motion?
Rivera.
I thought so.
Second by Prinzary.
To close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary. Aye. Fagiano.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed 8-0. For final adoption, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Panzeri.
Aye.
Aggiano.
Aye.
Solomon.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera.
Aye.
Waterman. Lavara.
Aye.
We have an 8-0 vote for the final adoption of City Ordinance 19-109, item 4.11. Okay, Laverne, start making your way up.
You ready for me? Councilman Ward F., Councilman Jermaine Robertson, we the people of the Randolph, Harmon Street, and the Webb Washington Block Association, we appreciate you for your help on our Back to School program. When we gave away shirts to the kids in our community from all communities, you got out there and you showed yourself a true councilman. You came out there and stood over that hot grill from 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock, giving the people in the community hot dogs, hamburgers, and whatever you did. We appreciate you. I'm serious. In the community, they told me to tell you thank you. You really did a good job that day. You didn't leave us. You stayed out there till we finished it. Me again, thank you. And council people, this is the stuff that we were out there doing. This shirt here I'm showing you, a parent had to pay $15 for at the high school. Today, I went to the principal of Lincoln High and showed him this shirt, a free shirt that a parent does not have to pay for. The only request that he had me to do was put Lincoln on his shirt, and I went to a company and they put the Lincoln logo on this shirt. Now these children that parents can't afford a $15 shirt, we the community is giving them a free shirt. And parents from that, a parent came to me and I gave her these for our grammar school kids. She had brought this shirt. She said, would you please swap shirts with me? I prefer your shirt, the free one, over the one I brought, because the quality of the shirt that we are giving away is much better. Not only do we give a regular uniform shirt to these young people, we give them a gym shirt. They have a gym shirt, and and my sponsor is the gentleman was here early tonight that's doing the project upon Tunley Avenue. This young man sent 70 kids to I Play America this summer, and then he brought me $10,000 worth of these shirts. The next location that I will be giving them out is in Ward A, and I don't know if my councilwoman, she don't have to get on the grill because we're gonna be doing it at International Food Festival Day at Heavenly Temple. So I'm gonna pass out the sheets, but that's the next day. We're gonna be up in that community. We got all this downtown, the Heights. So our next location will be on Sunday, September 29th from 2 to 7. And thank you again, Councilman Ward F.
Next speaker is Kevin Carter.
Kevin Carter,
Kevin Carter. Not Rev
Ron.
Kev. He's not here. Ron Simoncini. Hiding in plain sight all night. I'd ask any of the speakers to migrate up towards the first two rows up on my right, your left. Please begin, Ron.
Thanks, Clerk Byrne. Last week we had the first committee hearing on rent control, which I found a little fault with the way that it was promoted. if I hadn't come to City Hall myself and made a nuisance of myself, I wouldn't have known that it was taking place. I know that there was a commitment after that to communicate future meetings by email, and I haven't had any of that yet, so very interested in the proceedings and would like to continue to participate. The hearing was almost 2 hours, and one thing that was never said at the hearing was that rent control is consumer protection legislation. So if you look at the research that Councilman Solomon and his staff did, which clearly identified that, but to go for 2 hours and talk about prospective policy on rent control and never say, in New Jersey, this is not affordable housing legislation, it's consumer protection legislation, demonstrates that we haven't really thought a lot about the actual mechanics of rent control and the process itself. So I viewed that as inexcusable. I think another thing that was a problem with that format was that I could have said 4 minutes into the hearing and 40 minutes into the hearing that rent control is consumer protection legislation, and the conversation has to change at that point. But instead it was 2 hours of conversation about affordable housing. Rent control has never created one unit of affordable housing ever. It doesn't protect affordable housing. It deteriorates affordable housing. And that's borne out in a study by the Brookings Institute that was done by Anthony Downs in 1996. That study's never been refuted. It was a study that was done as a collaboration between tenant advocacy groups, government, and conservative anti-rent control housing groups. And it's clear to me that that study, which is the only regression study on rent control that I know of, was never referenced in any of the preparation for the hearing. And so I think that these two very obvious things, the definitive study on rent control and the fact that in New Jersey rent control is not affordable housing legislation, to have neither of those things appear in a 2-hour first hearing is something that is a grave concern, because my sense of it now is that this rent control conversation is not really about what rent control does and can do. What rent control is about, excuse me, I think the most revealing part of the meeting was when someone said, rent control is cheap, timely, and short-term effective. And it's none of those things. It's not cheap because it constrains tax collection, and of course it reduces property value. It's not timely because it's been here for 45 years, it's never worked. It's not short-term effective, and if the number of units declines consistently over the long term, so Jersey City continues to lose affordable housing because its rent control policy encourages conversion of that housing to other forms of ownership. None of that got talked about. And those are the central planks of rent control impacts. And so while I'm continue to be cautiously optimistic about the opportunity to actually talk about rent control and actually talk about affordable housing, after the hearing, my optimism for this shrunk greatly, because my sense of it was after the fact that a lot of determinations had already been made and they weren't made based on the facts. That they were made based on somebody being able to raise their hand and say, I did something about affordable housing. Yeah, you eliminated it. You continue to eliminate it. And so I hope that conversation at those hearings becomes a little bit more informed and a little bit more legitimate, so the policy that comes out of this council is not shallow and is not some short-term ability for somebody to say, I did something about affordable housing that could never be true using rent control. There are opportunities in the rent control conversation to identify ways to protect affordable housing and potentially even create affordable housing. But it'll only happen if somebody recognizes that rent control in New Jersey is about consumer protection and not about affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne?
Yvonne Bolser. I also want to talk about the Rent Control Ordinance 313. The problem I have with this is that rent control in Jersey City, unlike Hoboken and the rest of Hudson County, does not have a tax increase. So if you pass on buildings under rent control, when my taxes go up, they don't go up. As an example, going back probably something like 12 years, when the municipal taxes went up 25% in Jersey City, rent control went up 4% because the city itself, well, the agency, rent control agency, decide how much it should go up. And it's not based upon taxes. It is based upon how much profit the landlord can make, including making repairs. It has nothing to do with absorbing the taxes. And whenever they go to appeal their taxes, the commissioner says, oh, we must let them go down because this is rent control. This is not like Hoboken. So always, so what you're going to do is take housing and place it on my back because I have I don't fit that criteria. So anyone who's in a 1-family, 2-family, 3-family, or 4-family, they have no protections. And yet, when the cap of that 1% on businesses reaches $80 million, and we're short really $200 million, I'll be paying for those people who have their children in public school. What you're doing always is passing that burden off to another group. And just sit down with the commissioners and the tax and ask them how much money your city must refund. Oh, by the way, when they win, you have to do a refund, and I have to pay the bond to refund the landlord of a multifamily building. So I'm paying twice. They're not paying their taxes, and I'm paying the bond to refund them. It's a scam. It's a real scam. It really is. It's horrible. Now, another issue I want to bring up is those bike lanes. I crossed the street about a couple of months ago, and a bike came this way and nearly knocked me down, and my husband pulled me back. I didn't have it. Then I thought, so you have these bikes, you have the sidewalks, you have the bike lanes, and you have the cars being parallel parked next to the bike lanes. If you have a parent going in the back seat to take their child out, the child is now being pulled out on those bike lanes. It was safer when they were on the sidewalk, you're moving their child. I mean, you're putting the people like us in danger. If my husband was not there at that particular moment, because this guy made an illegal turn, turning right from a left lane, I would have been against the sidewalk. I would have been probably very injured. But then they don't have insurance. They can knock anybody over. What you have created is a danger, as well as removing all of those poles. You have all these poles on the corner, removing parking. Those are the white parallel poles in virtually every corner, from downtown to the Heights to Green, they're all over the city. And we're losing parking. Why? You're bending over backwards for bikes, and you're removing parking for the people who have cars. This is absolutely ridiculous. And the last thing I want to say is getting back to redevelopment agency. Jersey City had a revow. There is a list of land there on the value of land. Everyone that owns a property has the improvement, which is the building, and they have the land. That land could be on all the ordinances for the redevelopment agency when we transfer property. I want to know what that's worth. And by the way, I don't think anyone in Ward F wants a 40-unit building next to a 2-family house. That your argument does not make sense to me at all. But I think it is important. I want transparency in the city. I remember the 70s and the 80s when people went out and they bid and they bought land or they bought buildings and they developed it. And some people made a lot of money, and why not? You're just picking and choosing who's going to develop that property. I mean, that's not fair. We should not be doing this. Granted, you can put stipulations on what you want for the neighborhood. You can say this is a 2-family neighborhood, houses should be that. But you want to put in density housing without parking. Because redevelopment agency means we don't have to follow the rules. That's what it means. We can do types of housing. And the people in the neighborhood do not want 40-story unit buildings in a 2-family house. Thank you very much.
Phil Carrington.
Good evening once again. My name is Phil Carrington, but I really don't want to speak on the issue, but I want to give Jermaine Robinson a little defense. He doesn't need a defense, but the brother has been good to us. It is indeed a fact that on the corner of Grant and Kennedy Boulevard is a 40-unit apartment building right next to a two-family house, which used to be a two-family house. Jermaine Robinson is correct. If you don't know what you're talking about, you need just not to be talking. Anyway, enough said. You're on, brother, and you're correct. Looking back in retrospect, in June the 17th, 2019, I was here complaining that I got some violations from the fire department when they were really uncorrected codes. And I try to break it down to you as simple as this. So the average person could understand. If you're going to drive a car, you get a 6-point system. If you, in order to get your license, you need to fill that 6-point system. If you don't, then it just become code that needs to be, that's uncorrected. Now, if you're going to drive the car and you don't fulfill these, then you are violating the code. The same thing goes with the fire department. I called them to inspect my place. I got codes that need to be fulfilled. The building was not operating, so I could not be in violation of the code when I was not operating. It's just that simple. But so when we went to court, the inspector general said that when the judge asked her why did she give me these violations when there were uncorrected codes, she said because he intended to run a business. So I got 13 code violations because I intend to do business. There is no such person, nor any other person in Jersey City who intend to do a business get fined because he intend to do business. What is really important here and what is bugging me, I raised the issue in June and we are in September and there's no movement. We went to the Superior Court, I prevailed in the Superior Court. It was remanded back to the lower court for fact finding. Now, if you get a ticket in 20 days and you don't pay that ticket, the fine goes to another level, additional fine. If you don't do anything within 3 months, they can take away your registration, your license. In other words, the fine become increased. So for 3 months, 4 months, nothing is happening. And so I want two things to occur here. One, I need a response from whoever in the governing body is supposed to respond in 20 days. If not, I will take the matter to court. Secondly, this matter has been going on since 2017. I'll say again and again, I'm not in violation in any laws. The court ruled in my favor. So if I'm not able to operate my business in 2018 and 2019, and I have a fiduciary interest in this building, and I cannot make money, then I should not be able to pay you your taxes. So I want you to waive the taxes that I was supposed to pay in 2018 and 2019. I need to respond again in 20 days. If not, I will sue whoever is on that paper or those papers. And I'm not just going to sue for the taxes that I'm not paying or cannot afford to pay as a result of not having an income for that particular property. But now I lose income for not being able to make money as well. I cannot pay my mortgage if I'm not operating that particular business. Yes, I operate other businesses, but I bought that building as an income-producing property. And if I cannot use or make money from that building from 2017 to 2019, in all fairness, I should not be able to pay your taxes. Taxes is going to come again next Monday, whatever else. And so I am forced to pay the taxes when I cannot operate. Again, I went to court, I did everything I was supposed to do, and I'm still not doing business. I need a response in 20 days. If not, I'm suing everybody else, the state fire department, the local city fire department, the city of Jersey City, and all the inspectors who did me wrong. I'm Philip Carrington. That is my viewpoint. Good night.
Next speaker is Nathaniel Leger.
Evening.
Evening, sir.
May I just make a short correction? The name is Legay, Legay, Nathaniel Legay.
Legay.
Legay, Legay, Legay. But I'm here this evening to inquire in one or two areas of concern in the area of the Bergen community, and I want to ask a few questions. First of all, let me just complete this by saying that I'm the president of the NAACP of Jersey City, and I am looking at the ordinances here, Ordinance 19-125, referring to the transfer or supervision of the Mary McLeod Bethune Life Center to the Office of Cultural Affairs, which in itself may not be a bad thing, but my question is, and my concern is that I pray and that the quality of services will continue to be as good, and that we will be able to receive the same quality of services that we have received in the past. Because I'm beginning to hear that there will be also a swapping of services, which is of importance to the community, that the parking lot that is connected to the Bethune Center will be transferred, swapped with the park on Fulton Avenue, which is, I don't know what the rationale is for that, and I'm questioning who is making the proposal and who is making the recommendation, and why is it important to swap land that is already in existence. And I understand that there was $100,000 allocated for the Fulton Avenue Park over 10 years. That park has not been developed. I understand that the money was transferred from the Fulton Avenue Park to the Barry Land Park on Garfield Avenue for its development. Is that money going to be transferred back to the Fulton Avenue Park? To make it short, we are definitely opposed to the swapping of the two lands, the two parking, the park and the parking lot, because I see no reason for it. So I'm asking the council to look into, first of all, the funds that was allocated for that park. Is it being transferred? Is it being reversed? Has it been returned to the park for development? And why are we swapping the park with the parking lot? I just want to know.
We didn't hear anything about any swapping of the park, Mr. Legay.
You haven't heard anything about it?
I mean,
Swapping
swapping.
for the parking lot for Fulton Avenue Park. The parking lot will become the new Fulton Avenue Park, and then the Bethune Center will become what's currently the Fulton Avenue Park will become a Bethune Center parking lot. Yes, that's what I've heard as well.
It's a rumor.
No, it's true.
It's true. Is it?
Mr. President, I came to you last week in front of the NAACP, or 2 weeks ago, and I showed you the proposed plans. So it is true. It's not a rumor that's not that it's happening, but there is a rumor that that's what is on the table being proposed.
Mr. Legay, are you aware of this?
No, I'm not.
He just said that he's told you.
He said, yeah, he did come to us and explain what was going to happen. But I want to know the rationale for it. Why is the swapping taking place? What is the reason for it? The park is adequate for our use, for the Bethune Center users. The park needs to be developed. Why is the parking lot taken away from us?
Can I add, sorry.
Maybe you should set up a meeting with the SID too.
Right.
And show them all the, oh, I'm sorry. I suggest that he set up a meeting.
Turn your mic on. Microphone on?
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I suggest that he set up a meeting with some of the community members and also the president of the Jackson Hill Main Street, because this process has been going on for quite a while, and they had a couple of meetings concerning the park. So I think if you have a meeting with those entities, you can get more clarity on it, but this has been a process that's been going on for a while, and he won't be able to discuss it just in 5 minutes of you just asking questions. But this has been an ongoing process. This just didn't happen. And they have petitions from the community that they want the park there. So that's why I'm saying you should discuss it also offline, because the community did sign also too.
Well,
with the
I also,
SID.
Councilwoman, I'm also aware that there is another petition going around, those who are in opposition to the park being removed. So I think there's a conflict there, and the park needs to be developed. Removing the park to the parking lot space is really, there's no reason for it.
I think it's property too. The city don't own some of that property over there on the side of Fifth Avenue. Someone purchased it, and I know it was conversation that they wanted eminent domain, and the city do not take property through eminent domain. That's one thing the city don't do. And so I know it's a big issue. That's why I'm saying if they set up a meeting, it would be a better time to conversate about it, and I'll definitely attend the meeting too. That won't be a problem.
We have enough parks.
I understand.
In the just one
President, I understand, so we can have a meeting, because going back and forth, it wouldn't look right.
We have enough parks in the area. We have Bayside Park,
Right.
we have Audubon Park, we have
Understood.
Your
concerns are valid.
Hold the next speaker.
Understood, but I think that what the councilwoman is saying is that it's better if you take this with the council member, with the councilman of Ward F, along with herself, and then make it a community concern. I think you could have better, better dialogue like that. And then you come back if you have issues with it.
We will, and I hope that it does not happen before we come back to you. Thank you.
Mario Moody.
Hold on one second. I just wanted to add one thing. The consulting contract that was looking at this was the same one for the Newark Pedestrian Plaza, and they wrote into that contract unlimited number of community meetings, and it was specific to that. So if that's of interest, that contract is with Mazer Consulting. So just wanted to make that an option available for folks.
Okay.
Mario Moody. Bernice Bell. Bernice Bell.
She's here.
I want to know why would you eliminate a successful...
You have to get the mic up, pull it up close to your mouth, Ms. Bell.
I want to know why would you eliminate a successful art program in Jersey City for different age people, but mainly seniors? And I don't know the reasoning for that. I would like to know an answer. And who decided to do that? 10 years. I've been in it 6 years.
I'm not familiar with the program you're
Right.
referring to.
I can tell you why, and I'll
Why?
Who is eliminating?
We were told, Danny and I were at a meeting with
Okay, so I don't know about
Recreation and the Health Department. They
Yes.
said they told us only 5 people attend these
Well,
classes.
why didn't you come to us?
Well, that's,
We have the proof.
they said that was documented. And Joe Napolitano from Persian Field was there and said, nobody, they all said nobody's attending the classes. Now, tonight, I'm finding out that that's not so. And Danny and I will be on the phone tomorrow, and this will be corrected, because I was told.
resolution is this?
It's not a resolution, with the recreation. we will be on the phone because I want to find out where they got this information. There's only 5 people attending, and they couldn't, they didn't want to continue.
Now, did you base that on only Persian Field, not the Bethune Center?
No, they were specific with Persian Field, and like the councilman said, we did meet with the Department of Recreation and the Department of Health and Human Services, and they did state that there's only 2 people that are at the Persian Field. I see that there's more than 2 people. I think Councilman Bogiano and myself will make that phone call tomorrow to let them know that, you know, obviously there's more than 2 people.
The summer, when it just closed, like August, 25 people.
I just want to let you know that the Councilman Rich Bogiano was like adamant with letting them know that he was definitely fighting for your program, but the supervisory staff there was very persistent in saying that there's only 2 people. So we're going to follow up with them tomorrow, and we'll make sure that this being the case, that we don't move that program from Persian
Yeah,
Field.
you're like you're throwing the seniors out the window.
I agree.
Is this a program run out of recreation?
Yeah.
We were told.
And is that Pershing Field and Bethune
Yes.
Center, or just Pershing
Field
Field?
and
No,
the
just
Bethune
Persian
Center.
Field.
Both.
Who was the art instructor?
They doing good.
Is the
2
art,
programs,
yeah, is the art instructor still?
Persian Field and
if
Bethune Center.
it's 2 programs, I mean, the meeting that we had at the caucus meeting, at the caucus chambers between Rich Bogiano and myself, we only spoke about Persian Field.
That's not fair.
So that's the only thing that was brought up. So, you know, the only reason why we didn't speak about the Bethune Center is because I didn't know that they were trying to move the Bethune Center art program out.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Okay.
we get that. But I want to address you and let you know, let everybody know that we will be on the phone with both Department of Recreation and the Department of Health and Human Services, and letting them know that we're not considering moving that program out.
Thank you very much.
Council members, may I?
Yeah, yes.
I've asked Talita to get, she'll get you all their contact information and then follow up with you, all of you on this.
Ruben,
And these
same
2
thing.
gentlemen are going to
Ruben, same thing.
follow up on all of that.
A number of people already had left. We had about 20 people, even teams.
Is the art instructor here?
No.
Did the art instructor leave?
Oh, because he said.
No, she's here.
I mean,
One of them, the one who,
Someone's going to have to go offline and help them. while
Yeah,
we
we'll
continue
get,
the
you can
meeting.
go offline, you can give your information to the young lady back there and my aide, so then we can follow up with each and every one of you. And
Okay.
that's my aide over there coming up,
Your aide
his
here?
name is Ruben, so both of you guys can, you know, get that information.
Was Ruben here? Oh, there he is.
yeah, because we just want to commend that. The
Yeah.
program really is fantastic. It had,
Okay.
yep.
Your name is not on the list. Yeah. They're going to chat with you offline, okay?
Mine is on the.
Jason Berg,
That's not fair. They only said 2. They didn't say 5, they said 2.
Good day, Jason Berg here. Good to see everyone.
Hold on, Jason. To everybody who's involved in it, if you could, since you're going to be having a conversation, if you don't mind taking it outside, the 2 aides will get all your information as quickly as possible and make sure that all that information is conveyed to the council members.
all right, I'm starting your time over again, right? Go ahead.
All right. Jason Berg, good to be here on 9/11/2019. Today on the calendar, it's called Patriot Day. And patriot is one of the words that the American government has considered to be anti-government. There is a list of 72 things that can call you anti-government. And it's very sad that words who are simple, like constitutionalist, a patriot, are used against individuals. Even the way you think, the mindset, like wanting to help your neighbors, believing in God. And this is, I don't make this stuff up. As a professional librarian, this stuff is there. And if it isn't, it was removed. Remember, the internet is fluid. And when somebody wants to hide something, it's very easy to do so. In regards to the 9/11, It's a shame, but it was an inside job. Things don't fall down. If two planes go into a building, why did Tower 7 fall on itself? I don't know, but the conspiracists say otherwise. Now, on another point, I am, using with doublespeak, I was called a sovereign citizen in 2015. I got released. It took me 3 years to get rid of the documentation. If you read up on 15386, I was charged with the
I'm sorry,
rule.
Jason. Folks, Councilman Boggiano, in the back, if you guys could just go outside because your voices are reverberating.
I'm going to get my time back. Under Rule 48A, the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, and by leave of the court endorsed Heron William E. Fitzpatrick, the acting U.S. Acting Director of New Jersey, hereby dismisses the indictment filed on August 5, 2015 against defendant Jason H. Berg, criminal number 15386, charging him with 2 counts of assault on federal officer by physical contact in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 111A1, for the reason that the prosecution defendant is being deferred under the terms of a pretrial diversion agreement. The dismissal is without prejudice and subject to the successful completion of the defendant, Jason H. Berg, of the pre-diversion program. If the pretrial diversion program is not successful, complete, all charges will be reinstated. The interesting thing about this, courtroom security guards are third-party employees. They are not truly federal employees. So when I was stopped on Walnut Street for doing something suspicious, like photographing a Homeland Security on a public street, which is not owned by the federal government, but which is leased for egress and regress of the people, and to create safety is another story. But I was assaulted by these federal people. The only person I supposedly touched who was a federal employee was a U.S. Marshal. But I fought them. I had 84 citations inside my report from the beginning to the 8th, and the last one I had was this dismissal, and it's a lot of pages. We think that we live in a republic. We don't. Up there it says Corporation of Jersey City. The only thing that corporations can do with its people is to use under the color of law, thinking that they're in a law of the land, but they're not. Being a constitutionalist is dangerous because you stand out and you do your best. And there's one thing that I've learned in my life as a Marine, as a Jew, as a person with a handicap. I will never let anyone take advantage of me. You may beat me, you can't defeat me. And everyone here is an entitled slave under the 14th Amendment. You only have privileges and immunities. And when you have privileges and immunities can be taken away, but your inalienable rights as a sovereign under the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, 1776, you got your inalienable rights from the Creator. And we are not the government's wards. We are free people. And as long as you think you're free, you're enslaved. Thank you very much.
Jason, Marines don't talk like that.
About what?
Marines don't talk like you talk.
Is that a positive or a negative?
I just wanted to make that statement.
Jason Bess.
Thank you very much.
Jason Bess. Sonia Coleman.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Coleman. I'm here to talk about the beloved charter school. I'm the president of Booker T Housing Authority, and there's a problem. I had several meetings with him. I had commissioners. I had Vivian Bradley speak with him. Brady. I had her speak with him. He thinks this is a joke. The buses are not wanting to pick up the tenants that live their kids because their school, they double park. I had a walkthrough with Jennifer in traffic, Vivian Bradley, Stephen Sia, Stephen Sia, Antoine Evans. We walked around the site. I told them where they needed speed bumps at. This needs to be a one-way going all the way around. They measured the streets. The streets are too small to be a two-way.
Yeah.
Nobody has done nothing. It's been since December. I called, I asked, oh, I'm taking care of it. Friday, she sent me an email. She said, email Jermaine. I said, Jermaine had nothing to do with this when we began. So now everybody's trying to throw weight. But what's gonna happen is this is gonna turn into a war. Because these people, there's barely parking there. The teachers they park underneath where it says, welcome to downtown Jersey City, from underneath that railroad track all the way around. The teachers park everywhere. The manager comes into work at 6 o'clock to make sure they don't park in the parking lot by her job, where the guys have to park it, the guys who work there. This is a big mess. And if someone don't fix it, these parents are gonna get outraged because the girl said the bus told her that she has to come on Grand Street to drop her child off, not in front of her house, because they don't want nothing to do with that school. And Mr. Chandler stands out there and laughs at this because he thinks this is a big joke. I leave my house 7:30 in the morning. I don't have to be to work till 8:30. But I have to get out their way, because if I don't, I won't be able to get out. One girl tore off somebody's mirror trying to squeeze past. Last summer, he took himself and came wherever and went and made this street a one-way. It was a two-way. He went and did that. I waited 8 months for somebody to come and help me. If it don't, these parents, I keep going to the meetings telling them, I'm gonna try, I'm trying. But after a while, this is gonna turn into a mess. And when you ask these people, I said to the lady yesterday, excuse me, could you move? I need to take my daughter to school. She said, I'm taking mine, you have to wait. This is what's going on. So this is gonna turn into a big mess. And I just wanted y'all to be aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Yeah. Take her information and find out exactly those streets, and then we'll reach out to traffic tomorrow.
It was Jennifer. Jennifer came and did the measure.
Give it to my aide, okay? She'll take it.
Okay, Bill O'Day is not here. Michael McKay,
No, she's right there.
I don't see a red shirt, so Michael McKay's not here. Jean Daly is still here?
Jean?
She's gone.
I know, but has she left?
Yep.
She's not here.
Gone.
Move on.
Get it?
Ms. Wader?
Patricia Wader.
Is the mic right before I waste my minutes, because I waited patiently, so. Is that good for you, Mr. Burns?
I started as soon as you did.
Okay, but my microphone was a problem to you before. Pat Waiters, 1233 Park Avenue, Hoboken. But yes, I am the proud product of a little nappy-head girl that enjoyed free lunches, born and raised Jersey City. That's what I'm talking. Proud of it. Marion Gardens, Curry Woods, all day long. All of my family still reside in Jersey City, but injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. That's my purpose of being here. And tonight, I'm going to just place this on the record. This is a follow-up from the caucus on Monday, and also the zoning meeting that I went to a couple of weeks ago. My first statement, I always make special notes in the meeting. And I mean, I did this comically in the first thing I put, but I really got emotional and almost had to leave the meeting. I put liar, liar, backdoor deals on fire. And you know why I said that? Because this project that I'm seeing that we was arguing about here at the last meeting, and your council president, with all due respect, Mr. Rolando, I cannot thank you enough, because regardless to what you did 6 years ago, it has no bearing on what's happening now. Okay, so it's never too late to do what you did tonight. So you're gonna make not only Hudson County as a whole proud, you're gonna change the name of corrupt politicians. Okay, you don't even have to say names, you just gotta do what you did tonight. Sometimes we see things, and a lot of people would be here tonight if it wasn't in fear of a mayor that you guys have that's walking around intimidating and bullying and using scare tactics and doing illegal, unethical stuff as far as the going after our family members and our friends that work, okay? You know how you get your job in politics, and I tell people for years, that's how you lose it. I sat across in that same office in room 202 with Steve Fuller. okay? When he was the councilman, I seen a lot of things, but I played Stevie Wonder because I have integrity. I didn't have to tell on nobody. I didn't have to be a Muppet. But what I brought tonight, and I got a copy for each and every one of you, time-stamped, dated, where I got in my little hoopty, and what I used to see I didn't like, I went to Trenton. So what you're going to receive tonight is timestamps of the people I went to, my endless fight, which haven't ended yet, because I don't fight. I fight until I win, okay? But this got to stop, because this issue with the affordable housing, Stevie Wonder can see it. 2 council people got back in touch with me, Ms. Waterman and you, Council President, and I recorded you that night. But I have with me today the statistics showing you what they getting ready to do to Holland Garden is disgusting. If you look right directly across the street, 1 block, and now y'all gonna talk about y'all worried about who crossing the street, throwing these little trinkets in, and you got a developer that's willing to give you 20%. But guess what? He's not Steve Fulop's buddy. And Steve Fulop know he got the majority. These the games we playing. And you're gonna have Pat Waiters educating people, letting them know, don't be afraid of the big bad wolf. And for all of you that's sitting up there, if y'all want to play politics with people's livelihood, then do it. But if you got a conscience and you go home and sleep tonight, I want you to think about this, because I'm going to be back September 25th, like you said, y'all going to move it to September 25th. I'm going to go to the next zoning meeting, and I hope a lot of people get the guts like you, Council President, to change their mind. Better late than never. I don't care what happened yesterday. We live for tomorrow. Now let me see who got the guts to want to be elected again, because trust me, when I leave this with you tonight, read it, because I don't give up. I follow up. I'm going to be your worst day, Mayor. Okay, that's not a threat, that's a promise. And how dare any of y'all? My husband served as a Marine. My husband worked hard. He was the first one started that recruitment station and got black people on the force. How dare you go after him? And I've been divorced 30 years. So the trick didn't work with Pat Waiters. So when you come to retaliate against me and my family, it's not gonna work. I would eat cheese sandwiches for dinner. We did it in the 70s with the government cheese, and we survived. We survived. So please don't play with me. We need affordable housing. And I don't talk about the luxury affordable where they build it and we can't afford the application fee. I want to see people that look like me in those houses. Now, if you're going to go mess with Holland Gardens, I'll be impressed if you put all of those tenants across the street in those nice luxury housing. Okay? And you tell Steve, I want to know the statistics. When was the last affordable housing built? I'm talking about affordable like we did, wrapping it up right now. When we moved in Curry Woods, Marion Gardens back in the days, that was our affordable, and we loved it.
Priscilla Carmona.
Okay?
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
I still love you too, Mr. Burns. I noticed how your little attitude with me, but I'm loving it. You've been hanging in there a long time.
Thank you, Ms. Waiters.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patricia. Priscilla Carmona.
Priscilla?
No Priscilla. Anthony Borelli.
Hi, Tony Borelli, 362 8th Street, also the Vice President of Bike JC. This is not on the agenda, so I'm going to try to keep it brief, but I would like to talk about the new protected bike lanes. We're aware that there have been some complaints, particularly about the newest one on Bergen Avenue. I wanted to address that. I think the most important thing I wanted to say is these are new. They're very new. They literally, some of them, are, the paint's barely dry on them. The Bergen Avenue one is the newest one, and it also came in right before people came back to school and created what is an annual mess of traffic in any year. So there's a lot of adjustment that goes on to that. There's adjustment that should happen from the city administration, and I'm confident, we're confident that they're doing that. They're ironing out kinks. We've actually been asked today to help out with some of those, to work with the school community, the PTO. We're of course willing to work with this body to work out the smaller kinks. But the approach we would really urge is that you give all of these lanes time to work the way they typically work everywhere else they're done, which is that, well, like any traffic pattern, any new traffic pattern, everyone who uses them just adjusts. There's a learning curve. People learn where they're supposed to go if you're a bike, if you're a car, if you're a pedestrian. But beyond that, not to mince words, part of what happens in these projects is not just about the bike lane, it's about the rest of the street, the reduction in car lanes. In our projects, there has actually not been a lot of reduction in parking, but there's been some reduction in what was ostensibly driving space. More often, it was double parking space. But part of the idea of these projects is to some degree, adjust people's choices, give them new choices, such as biking, but also tell them, look, it's really, if you don't have to drive through here at rush hour, maybe think about doing something else. Maybe take a bus, maybe take a bike. And, the irony is that these projects, when they're allowed to work that way, end up making life easier for people who actually do have to drive. I like to cite this stat. I do it almost every time I speak. The Waze app for drivers did a survey, what's the best city in the world to drive in, and they're a global company. And the winner was Amsterdam, the most bike-friendly city in the world. And one reason is because people have options. If you're in a car, you have a place for you, the bikes have a place for bikes, there's a tram, there's a bus. We need to do more of that too, but none of this happens overnight. I mean, even if this were just some minor construction delay, people do adjust to it. So any approach that you make to this should not be about trying to reverse this progress. In a broader sense, too, these projects didn't just spring up, in June. I realize there's been a flurry of activity putting these things in all over the city. And that's made a lot of people all over the city adjust. But the idea for them, the concepts are very well proven. They've been used all over the United States to retrofit roads, American roads, not some, Copenhagen street. American roads in cities have successfully done these projects. There have been consulting firms in this city, several of them, who are some of the best in the world, I will swear to you that. And they've been working on this for literally years at a pace which sometimes frustrates us. And yes, all of a sudden they're being built, but they didn't just, no one just dreamed this up overnight. So I would just ask all of you to give them a chance to work, give everyone a chance to adjust to them, give everyone from the city's professionals to drivers and cyclists and us and you to make whatever minor adjustments are made without taking any drastic action that slows down the progress of this overall project for a protected bike lane network. Thank you very much.
You Lily Fleming? I know, who are you? Pat? Yeah, I got a job to do. Lily Fleming? Not a problem, Pat. Lily Fleming. Is that you, young lady?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
My name is Lily Fleming. And I'm a member of the NAACP on the executive board. And my concern was the moving of the parking lot across from the Bethune Center. And I know it was addressed previously, but I wanted to know what the positive benefit or the positive purpose for moving the parking lot. A park in that particular spot would breed undesirables. There would be no one there to monitor it 24 hours. The safety of our young and are all going into the Bazoon Center, it's critical. Vendors coming in with materials would have to walk a block to get into the Bethune Center. If I wanted to have a party, I would have to bring my food a block away. I don't think the moving of the parking lot should be done. That's my personal opinion. And Mr. Robertson, you did explain when you came to the NAACP meeting, but I can't see the benefit or the purpose of moving the parking lot. And I pray that you don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Hanusak. Nathan Oliver. What I'd ask, if you're going to speak, Chris Adair, Raj Papua, occupy the first bench, please. Please begin, Mr. Oliver.
Hello. So change can be very difficult, and big changes can require an adjustment period. So I wasn't surprised to hear that the Bergen Avenue bike lane is taking some getting used to. What did surprise me is hearing that some people on the council were considering removing it. Street redesigns like the one on Bergen Avenue reduces injuries or crashes that lead to injuries for pedestrians and drivers as well as cyclists, as has been shown over and over and over in New York City. The reason I'm so surprised that people are considering taking swift action on making changes to Bergen Avenue is that Baldwin Avenue has never been redesigned. So let's go back just a couple of years to 2017, or in May 2016, actually first, 2 cars were crashed into the building on Newark and Baldwin Avenue at that intersection. Just about a year later, in March 2017, a pedestrian was struck in the crosswalk by a turning driver at that same intersection. In May 2017, I was knocked off my bicycle, my elbow was broken, my ACL was torn, I did months of physical therapy to recover from that crash. My crash was also on Baldwin Avenue, a very short distance up the road from that intersection. In October 2017, a woman was killed in the crosswalk with the light by a turning driver. A witness quoted in the paper said, "There was no blood, and all of a sudden she started bleeding from her mouth and her nose. It was the first time I ever saw her face, and I can't forget her face. The blood, oh God." So I'm curious, what complaints have you heard about Bergen Avenue that are motivating you to redesign that street when the violence on Baldwin Avenue has not moved you? Now, it may be that there are tweaks and adjustments necessary for new street designs to make them function properly. But any move to remove a protected bike lane completely is saying that the convenience of drivers are more important than everyone's safety. The convenience of the driver that sent me to the ER, convenience of the driver that struck the woman in the crosswalk, the convenience of the driver that struck and killed the woman in the crosswalk a few months later. Half of households in Journal Square don't own a car, according to the US Census. 45%, the last time I checked. Bergen Avenue previously had 6 lanes for drivers, 2 travel lanes, 2 double parking lanes, and 2 legitimate parking lanes. Can you look me in the face and say that double parking is more important than public safety? 1 lane on 1 street for half a mile is not a radical change. It's nowhere close to reflecting how the people in my neighborhood travel. It's nowhere close to reflecting the fact that in Jersey City last year, cars killed nearly as many people as guns. You can still drive and park on Bergen Avenue. That has not been taken away from anyone. But Bergen Avenue, for a short stretch, has been made safer for literally everyone, however you get around. I know I sound a little dramatic up here, but people are literally dying in the streets. I have literal scars. We should not even be considering going backwards on Safe Streets redesigns. We need to be moving forward as fast as we can to make every street in the city safe for every single resident, no matter if they can afford a car or not. Thank you.
Chris Adair.
Hi, I'm Chris Adair, and I live in Hoboken. I'm a resident of Hoboken. I'm also the president of Bike Hoboken. I spend a fair amount of time here in Jersey City. I have friends here. I come to the restaurants, I come to the bars, and I want to have a safe place to be able to ride a bike to and from Hoboken and here when I'm in Jersey City. The Bergen Avenue bike lane, which is kind of the impetus that brought me here tonight, because I did hear that there was some backlash over that. And that lane has literally been up and running as a protected bike lane for 1 week. That's 1 week, 7 days. It hasn't had enough time for people to make the decision whether it's working or not and what the benefits are of that. So for people to kind of be upset with it out of the gate it's just not fair. There were also various public input sessions on this, so it's not as if this lane or the other lanes that Jersey City has been so proactive in putting in have just been pulled out of a magic hat. People talked about this. There were meetings, there were teams that were put in place to design these things. The backlash that we're seeing tonight here and on social media with these bike lanes is not abnormal. We see them on the Upper West Side when they want to take parking out to put in a protected bike lane. We see them on the West Coast in San Francisco, Bay Area, when they put in protected bike lanes there. And we see them in Hoboken, and I can speak to this firsthand. 2 years ago, in 2016, before the City Council in Hoboken, they were presented this amazing plan for protected bike lanes on Washington Street. And you know what happened? They kowtowed. They succumbed to the business district of Washington Street that didn't want to lose their double parking. They decided that the constituents that they were hearing from, that I'm sure some of you have heard from, were more important than the safety of people riding bicycles and pedestrians, because it does help pedestrians as well. Drivers can be really angry, and they can call and they can be loud, and they may stop you on your stoop or email you. But changing the status quo is difficult, and change is really hard. And you, as the leaders of this city, need to think about what this city is going to be 5 or 10 years down the line, not just the next year or the next week, and how you want to be progressive leaders, and you want to show that you can lead your city forward in a different way and give people a different way to travel, a safe way to travel. I urge you, do not make the same mistake that we made in Hoboken. Don't let double parking win out. Not only should you support the lanes that you have going in, but you should be building more. Thank you.
Thank you. Raj Pupula. Raj. Left. Dawn Doherty. This is Bill Doherty's widow.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Dawn Doherty, and I live at 3060 John F. Kennedy Boulevard. And because my husband used to come here and he's very outspoken. I suffer for it. Constantly they use the court system on me and get away with it, and them do it with a lot of tenant. The tenant, them afraid that they're abusing the tenant very badly there. And also people who is not tenant living there for 4 years, 5 years, and if I have a visitor come from Jamaica and spend 2 months, court, a lot of story make up on me, and it's unbearable. It's so bad I don't know where else to turn, so this is why I'm here, very badly. Even today, a lady telling me they used the pass key. Somebody used the key from the office, go in her house and stole a lot of stuff. I asked her if she reported. She said to Lisa, and Lisa tell her get out of her office. She treat the old people them like they're not a human being. And the landlord, anything she do, he take everybody to court, so everybody there afraid. It's very bad there, very bad, and we need help. Constant court, constant court. They use me, they use my son, make story because they know my son have a mental problem. It's very, very bad. For me to be here begging help, it's very bad. People are afraid to talk. Sometimes they talk to me out on the street. They're afraid to talk in the building where the manager might see them or the landlord. It's horrible. They're doing the people and very bad there and myself. So I'm asking for help. I don't know where else to turn.
Okay.
What's the address again?
3060 John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
That's at St. Paul's in the Boulevard, Ward C.
Right at the
Ward C.
corner, St. Paul and Kennedy Boulevard.
It's at the Grandview.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Toledo, get the information. Myself and Councilman Boggiano will work with you on that, yeah? See Toledo over there? She'll get your contact info, and I'll meet up with you offline with Councilman Boggiano. We'll see what we can do.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Colin DeVries.
Hello, I'm Colin. I live on Belmont Avenue. Allow me to be frank. I love my car, but I love protected bike lanes. Study after study has shown that they increase safety for cyclists, pedestrians, and even drivers. When a protected bike lane is installed in New York City, injury crashes for all road users, drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists typically drop by 40% and by more than 50% in some places. The number of bikes on sidewalks also drop precipitously after a protected bike lane is installed. So there's the immediate safety impact, but we must also take a longer view at the big picture. Protected bike lanes make bicyclists feel safe. People are then more likely to bike if they feel safe. If more people opt to bike, there may be fewer drivers. Fewer drivers lead to fewer cars, and so less traffic and less harmful exhaust pumping into the air we breathe. My wife and I bike along Bergen Avenue every day, from Belmont Avenue to the Journal Square Path Station. We have been for years. Since the protected bike lane was installed, we've felt a lot safer on our commute to work. I ride more efficiently and without fear of being doored by a parked car on my right, or having to swerve around double parked cars that always, I see it every day, block a lane of traffic each morning. Or I would have to decide whether to avoid hitting bus riders from New Jersey Transit buses that don't pull into the bus lanes. I would have to decide on swerving around it into traffic or stopping to let people get on and off the bus and not hit them. I've heard some concerns about PS11, which I appreciate because I see the signs to stop and walk your bike because there are kids loading school buses, which are stopping right on Bergen Avenue at one of the busiest intersections along that stretch. It's possible to make adjustments that will accommodate those concerns without taking the action of removing the entire lane. My wife and I have no plans to stop biking. It is healthy, cheap, and way more efficient. And now it's even a whole lot safer along that stretch, right where I saw people driving recklessly on a daily basis. If taking away the lane leads to one of us getting injured or worse, if taking it away, the blood that is caused from that is on the council's hands. Thank you.
Lisette Murray. Lisette Murray.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I am speaking on behalf of the Bike Jersey City. I just recently started riding my bike again after maybe 30 years of not riding. And when I did see the Bergen Avenue protected bike lane, it got me really excited because I do live in Ward B. And when it's nice weather out, I was thinking actually this morning that it would be really nice for me, instead of either taking the bus or driving and parking my car in Journal Square, it would be really nice for me to ride my bike and feel safe in doing so. But if there are adjustments to be made, obviously we're not going to go against that as the general public, and I think that it's something that we all need to think about. Moving Jersey City forward, this is all part of it. We also have to think about sustainability and keeping that sustainability within the city, the emissions and everything that goes into the air by all the cars that are going back and forth all day long, and what it creates for the families, for the children, for ourselves. I have recently become a cancer survivor without ever having any kind of background with cancer. I don't know where it comes from. It could come from the air that we breathe. It could have been 9/11. I really don't know. At the time of 9/11, I lived in Brooklyn. The pollution of all the buildings when they fell and the winds brought all of the debris and that air to Brooklyn where I lived. I don't know if that's my issue or what the issue is, but I'm trying to be more healthy, and this is a part of it. And keeping those bike lanes and making more, I think, will allow myself and others to also benefit from continuing to be healthy and safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Nadler. Rosemary Nadler. Alexis Fair. Candace Fair.
She left.
Feroz Khan. That's it, council members. Let's allude to petitions and communications.
Folks, I know it's late. I'm going to make a quick statement about this. So the folks who came out, we appreciate you coming out about Bergen Avenue bike lane. I'm sure you've heard comments about council people having concerns. I'm happy to address and meet with everybody to talk about what's proposed as Bergen Avenue bike lanes. But there's a fallacy in what's being argued, which is that we're taking something away, proposing that the council may take something away. The reality is we never put anything in place. The law requires that any of these changes to road and traffic directions and any changes in any of the traffic rules of the road, that they come before the city council for approval. This is the law, and the city council has been constantly and repeatedly ignored in this process. And while you may think that that's okay, I've spoken to some of you, but I personally don't. I think you've heard me tonight already on a whole host of other issues, that our council needs to be able to be a check and balance and to be able to have this authority. And for my part, I want to make sure that I voted for every one of those. I was very supportive of the Vision Zero effort, very supportive in voting for the things that
the recent changes and amendments that were made for other protected bike lanes throughout the city. In this particular case, and we have many more instances, not just on bike lanes, but on other traffic conditions that were changed, they were done completely with ignoring the council's will on these matters. The Newark Avenue pedestrian plaza, approved without city council approval. The whole road painted green, potted plants put up there without one single vote or word of input from city council. Parklets installed all throughout the city and in people's wards and neighborhoods and communities without once getting input from a city council member in some cases. There are other countless examples that I can give you about that, and for my part, all I'm asking for is, because we've talked about a tale of two cities going on here. We go above and beyond on Grand Street and other parts of the city to make sure that there's community input and that people participate in the process. And in other parts of the community and city where this is now rolling out, it's clear that the community has concerns. And so for me, I'm not taking anything away because I haven't voted for anything at all at this point once at all. And so until I make sure that those communities are heard and that those voices are heard and that their input is heard in these matters, if these matters should come before the city council, for my own part, I will do the same thing that I do for every community, was to make sure that their voices are heard and that they're able to express their opinions and be able to express their concerns about whatever changes are made, and that at the end of the day, to balance everyone's concerns around that, but to ensure that there in fact is pedestrian and bike safety. I've never said anything other than that, but I will continually insist that this city council and our authority as a legislative body, that it be respected and treated with respect by an administration that doesn't respect this city council, nor does it respect the will of the people or the voices of people out in the streets in Jersey City, and particularly outside of downtown Jersey City, and that the tale of two cities doesn't just include some painting bike lanes, but it includes actually including the people of Jersey City who live in those neighborhoods and communities. So we respect all of your opinions, respect what you want to do. I'm happy to meet and have community meetings around that with bicyclists, with the residents of the city, St. Aidan's, the public schools, and with the Coptic Church and along Bergen Avenue as well. But ultimately, we need to make sure that we're including everyone's voices going forward. So thank you all for your input.
Okay, let's move to 6.1 to 6.31, petitions and communications, officers' communications 7.1 through 7.18. Reports of directors 8.1 through 8.3. We're to the claims and addendum number 1. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Just for 8.3, for the administration, the West Side Special Improvement District does not have a council person appointed to it. So Brian, if we could take care of that. Great, thank you. Aye.
Baggiano. Solomon. Robinson. Rivera. Waterman.
She stepped away.
Lavara.
What are we voting on? Claims?
Claims and addendum 1.
I vote aye.
Okay. We're to resolutions. We can be out of here quick. 10.1 through 10.13. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Aye for all.
Baggiano. Solomon. Aye. Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera. Waterman still out of the room.
Yes.
Lavara.
Through what number?
1 through 13, the first page of resolutions.
So just on 10.4, can you tell me where's the money coming from for this? Yeah.
Insurance fund.
On the insurance fund, okay. And then on 13, did we get a response on the 25% increase on the, we did?
can I just look up the email real quick? I'm sorry.
Robert, while Brian's looking that up, can I actually change one of my votes?
On what, sir?
So on 10.8, I'm going to abstain. That was the contract with the firefighters. I just wanted to make this point to the council. There was a lot of things on this agenda, and this one, just for me personally, didn't get to the list where I could devote the time that it amounts to. But I'm going to propose, working with the law department, a change that any union contract be done through ordinance and not through resolution, because these are multi-million-dollar decisions we're making, and I think we should give ourselves at least 2 weeks to think them through and get the information and the data we would need to do that. So, I would just encourage us in the future to, when we get these big contracts, to take our time on them and not just pass them when they come to the agenda. So I'm going to abstain on 10.8 because I just don't feel like we've had the appropriate review.
Ryan, did you say you had?
Yeah, so Doug alluded to this at the caucus, but the long story short is that they wanted to just raise the maximum amount so they didn't have to keep coming. This is for Lombardi doors, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they just, they don't anticipate having to spend this range, but it allows them flexibility to not have to keep coming back to council for multiple renewals and extensions.
Okay. So I will concur with Councilman Solomon on 10.8. I just want to be clear that definitely want to see our firefighters get their contract and receive the compensation that they deserve. But I can say, not that I didn't, that I wish I had more devoted with time. I was not able to devote the appropriate time to be able to review this contract and to make sure that it was financially appropriate and prudent, I guess. So I'm going to abstain on 10.8 and vote aye on all the rest.
Okay, Councilperson Waterman, can I have your vote on the claims in addendum number 1?
Aye.
Okay, that's a 9-8-0 vote for the claims in addendum number 1. And your vote on 10.1 through 13, Councilperson Waterman? One through 13.
Vote aye.
Thank you. So 10.8 is the only 6-2, excuse me, 602. Abstentions by council members Solomon and Lavaro. 14 through 25, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzeri.
Aye for all.
Bajano.
Hold on a second. All right, yes.
Solomon. 25, sir. 14 through 25, second page.
Aye for all.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rivera. Waterman.
Aye.
Lavaro.
Ryan, on 10.19, that was a 50% increase in the contract for that. Was there any explanation from, I think it was, I don't know who was.
Custodial supplies?
Yeah. It was last year they spent approximately $40,000, I believe, and then it was increased in this contract to $59,000, which is a nearly 50% increase.
Okay, here it is. The contract is listed at $59,757, just because that is the maximum possible quantity the city could order for all supplies during this term. They just put it as the max that they would ever possibly need.
You were what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end.
The The 59,000 is the maximum quantity the city could possibly order during the term of this contract. That's why they just put it at that number. That's the most they would ever order.
That's unit price.
Unlikely that they ever would. The city, they typically, I don't have the numbers in front of me, I'm sorry, but it's typically not that amount. That's just the max.
I'm going to vote no on 19 and no on 25 and aye on all the rest.
Okay, 10.19. 7.1, Council President voting no. 10.25. 7.1, Council President voting no. Balance of business, 26 through 37, noting that 36 has been withdrawn. 36 has been withdrawn. So it's the balance of business, Councilperson.
How about 33? It's still in there?
33, the grant for Gas Boy is in there, yes.
It's still there, right? Okay. No, I have some note here that tells me otherwise.
36 withdrawn, 26 through 37, which is the balance of business. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Bajano. Is it aye, Rich?
Aye.
Solomon?
Could I interrupt the vote? Did we get an answer on 31? Settlement of assessment appeals, and so with the residential apartments, did they register their rents? Were they rent controlled? If we don't know that information, I'd urge us to get that before we settle their taxes and appeals and give them a tax break, essentially, if they didn't register their rents.
Yeah, I think that's important because we want to make sure everyone's properly rent registered before we're giving them a tax, lowering their taxes.
All that's entered into the court.
What's that?
The rent registration is a city ordinance, so I don't see why it would show up in the tax appeal, but we just would obviously want to make sure that they did it. That's just a quick confirmation that.
Plus, the assessment is based on income, right, for these properties? So if they aren't registering their rents, then we're not able to assess what their income is. So if they're saying that their income is X amount of dollars and then they in fact register their rents and it's actually a lot more than that, then they shouldn't be getting any appeal. I mean, they shouldn't be getting settlement there.
But this is the tax court of New Jersey. These aren't small dwellings. These are generally industrial properties.
No, there were
some residential.
There were many residential buildings on that list. It was multi-unit buildings, which were largely probably rent-controlled buildings. I don't know. I didn't check the year that they were built and all that other stuff. But anyway, my request is the administration withdraw 31 and just do the check on that. No?
Okay,
Let's go ahead then.
I apologize. Ed was at the caucus, and did he say he was going to follow up with this information, or I don't?
He didn't have that information and had requested it. I don't believe it came to us. Did Talita? Did you see that? I didn't see it either. So, I mean, it could be the new system. I don't know. Just, but I think it's important information to know, rather than settle their taxes for. We were talking. Collectively, it was 1.4 million. I don't know how many of the.
And not only that, it will help with the rent control, because with the registration.
Yeah, we get them registered.
Because I know they helped them with the registration. Want some people to register.
Well, we'll defer to the council on this. However, you guys want, we can just withdraw it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, Robert, the administration will withdraw 10. Sorry, what were numbers? 31, 10.31, resolution 190748.
Okay, that should make it easier. Councilman Solomon?
I'm going to abstain on 1027 and then vote aye on all the rest.
Robinson? Aye.
Rivera?
No on 1028, aye on the rest.
Waterman?
Aye.
President?
Just on 10.30 on the public question, so I'm just going to reiterate just for the record, and I know it's been said already, that you know, if this should go to litigation with regard to, I'm sorry, I'm not, yeah, 10.30. If the public question should go to litigation, I'm not going to support the any appropriation for outside counsel. In addition, I just asked that the administration, if this should go to litigation, that I understand there's a deadline for this weekend or thereabouts to print the ballot. And so to expedite it so that we don't end up in a potential special election if it shouldn't get on the ballot. I know it's a long shot that that would happen, but just want to put that on the record to make sure that, because for my part, and I've said this already as well, that if it was to go to a public question would go to, if this issue would end up being in a special election, I would not be inclined to kind of go to a special election at that point for this matter. So that being said, I'm going to vote aye on all. And also, one last comment I want to make on 10.33 with the gas boy. I just want to say this for the record because it was brought to my attention. I used to have a fob and get gas, and that a lot of those gas purchases, maybe 25 to 30% of them in the entire city were on my fob, and I guess that was like, or my code or something to that effect. I want to make clear that I put that out there publicly on the record because I don't want it coming back to me suggesting that somehow Councilman Navarro bought gas for all the street sweepers in the city of Jersey City, which I did not. So I vote aye on all.
On all. Okay, 27 is 701, Councilman Solomon abstaining. 28 is 701, Councilperson Rivera abstaining. It is 11:11.
I said no on 28.
I'm so sorry, sir. You said no on 28. So it's a 7-1. It's a 7-1 vote. So at 11:11, do we have a motion to adjourn? Sorry? By Councilperson Rivera?
Second.
By Prinzeri? Say goodnight. Councilman Yun, absent this evening. Thank you, everyone. We say 5 hours this week.